report on the labor update. Nobody here to speak, so we're going into closed session. We'll return at 1:30. Good afternoon. I'd like to call the meeting to order, the City Council meeting for February 4, 2014. We'll start with an invocation. Councilmember KALRA will introduce the invocator.
Thanks, Mayor. Today's invocation will be conducted by Reverend Jeff Moore. Reverend Jethro Jeff Moore II was born in Norfolk, Virginia, and is a graduate at Silver Creek High School. He received an Associate Arts degree from Evergreen Valley College and a BS degree in Bible and Theology, Management, and Ethics from San Jose Christian College. Reverend Moore is licensed and ordained to preach the gospel at the Emmanuel Baptist Church under Reverend Dr. Willie Gaines Jr., is registered as an intentional interim pastor with California Southern Baptist, and is current co-pastor of the Rehoboth Christian Center. Reverend Jethro Moore is well known in the San Jose community as an advocate with an upstanding set of values. Reverend Moore also currently serves in the capacity that many of us know him in as the president of the San Jose Silicon Valley National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, as the president of the local chapter. And he co-chairs the Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinet, the Police Department Advisory Board, and serves as an advocate and advisor for African American students in the Eastside Union High School District. Some of his accomplishments include establishing programs to promote social well-being, positive education outcomes, and economic prosperity in the San Jose African American community, and I've certainly had the pleasure of working with him on a number of issues over the years to help empower our local community. Reverend Moore.
Thank you, Council and those gathered. If I could, I just wanted to make sure we're having a flag raising ceremony. Is that okay? Flag raising ceremony this Friday, and we look forward to seeing everyone to come out and celebrate with us. Will you bow your head as I pray? Dear wise and loving Father, first let me say thank you on behalf of all those who are gathered here today. Thank you for your many and abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself, for the measure of health we need to fulfill our callings, for substance and for friendship. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. Thanks as well for the freedom to embrace you or the freedom to reject you. Thank you for loving us, even so your boundless and gracious nature. Among other things, O God, you are the creator of the human mind, which you molded in some fashion after your own great mind. Though we acknowledge that your thoughts are infinitely higher and more profound than ours, we glory in the notion that we may on our own level think some of your thoughts after you in this place. Let us pray to the one who holds us in the hollows of his hands, to the one who holds us in the curves of his arms, all races, creeds, classes, and colors. The world over, he gives us this day a sympathy and brotherhood, justice and equality. Give us grace, O God, give us grace to dare to do the deed which we all know cries to be done. Let us not hesitate because of ease or the words of men's mouths or our own lives. We now stand free to look upon the eyes of other men, reflecting dignity over sorrow, accomplishment over pain. We stand with the burning passion fueled by the very flame that forged ancestral shackles, with a deep sense of pride and a pride that flows from deep, that followed Senator Edward Brooke, Adam Clayton Powell, U.S. Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, Secretary of State Colin Powell, Attorney General Eric Holder, and to our Commander-in-Chief, Barack Hussein Obama. In scriptures you have said that citizens ought to obey the governing authorities. Since you have established those very authorities to promote peace, order, and justice, therefore I pray for our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular for this assembled council. I am asking that you would graciously grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of welfare and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and righteousness, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work in harmony even when there is honest disagreement, Give them personal peace in their lives and joy in their task. I pray the agenda set before them today. Please give them an assurance of what you will do and how you will do it. In the matchless name of the Most High God, we pray and give thanks. And all of God's children said amen and amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Moore. Next, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. We're going to be helped with the pledge today by third graders from Country Lane Elementary School in District 1. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, third graders from Country Lane Elementary School. First item to take up are the orders of the day. I have one item to defer, item 3.4, commission appointments for 1 week. Any other changes to the printed agenda? If not, we have a motion to approve the orders of the day. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. Closed session report, City Attorney.
There is no report.
We'll move to the ceremonial items. I'd like to invite Councilor Campos to join me at the podium as we present a commendation to Downtown Streets team for their dedicated work in cleaning the streets of Mayfair area and throughout District 5. And I think some of them are here that are going to come down and join us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Today I have the pleasure of honoring a committed group of individuals whose impact goes far beyond just cleaning up our neighborhoods. The Downtown Streets team is an organization founded in 2005 that employs a work-first model in which members of the homeless community have the opportunity to rebuild their lives through a volunteer work readiness program. These individuals contribute by cleaning communities and are rewarded with food donations and housing vouchers and accommodations. Since being established, over 400 individuals have been able to find permanent jobs and housing through Downtown Streets team. The model that this group is based on has proven to be a success, and the number of lives they affect in positive ways continues to grow. I especially want to highlight the extraordinary work Downtown Streets team has done and continues to do in the Mayfair community, contributing to the place-based strategy that the city has implemented targeting high-needs areas. Every third Saturday of the past 2 years, members of this group have helped transform the Mayfair community by removing illegal dumping, graffiti, and other forms of blight. This has not been an easy task, but the results have been extraordinary. I can truly say that Downtown Streets team has been a positive force within the Mayfair community. Their work not only changes neighborhoods that are notorious for having high levels of blight, but also change people's lives by giving them a second chance in life. I want to especially thank Mark Davis and his team for their consistent and dedicated service to improving the Mayfair community. We appreciate all the hard work that each and every one of you have done and will continue to do in the future. With that, I ask Mayor Reed to please present the commendation to the Downtown Streets team.
First off, I'd just like to say on behalf of Downtown Streets team that we're honored to be here today. Thank you very much, Mayor Reed, Councilmember Campos, for believing that unhoused individuals can play a part in this solution. I also want to thank Councilmember Sam LICCARDO, all of our community partners, the Housing Department, and Environmental Services, before inviting Michael up.
Hello, I'm Michael. I'm the operations supervisor of the street team, and I would just like to say I was here from day one, and just last week I was walking through the creeks on my way to the Mayfair area, and I noticed the flow in the creek was actually flowing. And I'd like to use that as our momentum, because when we got here, and I was here from day one, matter of fact, I was here when it was still on paper, and the creek didn't float. Mayfair had trash blowing up and down the street. The community members looked at us funny when we walked down the streets with our brooms, but now they come out and help. They love what we're doing, and that's all because the council, the city, the mayor, and these people right here. So that's all I really had to say. Thank you for letting us show that we can be part of the solution and not just part of the problem.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Thanks for coming in. For our next one, Councilmember Kansen has joined me at the podium as we present a proclamation recognizing February 7th as Wear Red Day in San Jose. Councilmember Kansen has some of the details.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to introduce some folks that are up here. First, we have Shannon Schaefer, the Business Development Officer for Go Red for Women. We have Carrie McGee, April Merritt, Alex Haygood, and Misha Hardy. Now, in 2003, research revealed that heart disease was by far the #1 killer of women, and in fact killed more women each year than men. Heart disease is now thought of and known as the silent killer because it often has no visible symptoms. To save lives and raise awareness of this serious issue, the American Heart Association launched the Go Red for Women campaign. I've been affiliated with the campaign for a number of years. In fact, way before becoming a council member. When I had my own business, I used to do all the photos for them in their first couple of years. And it's really a great public awareness campaign. Every year, the first Friday in February is dubbed National Wear Red Day, and it's a special day that brings attention to this silent killer. So Friday morning, when you get dressed, remember to look for something red. If not, get a little red pin. In fact, Mayor, I have a red pin for you that the ladies brought. It's important that we continue to remind people of this silent killer, especially this year when it's our 10th anniversary of National Wear Red Day. And thanks to outreach and awareness, 34% fewer women in the U.S. now die from heart disease. And that's significant. It means a lot to me as a father of 4 daughters, and of course a lovely wife, that we continue to raise this awareness so we don't lose any more of the women in our lives. So take the time this Friday to participate. Make sure you mention it to people. Make sure you continue to support the causes of the American Heart Association and the Go Red campaign. And we're doing our part today by proclaiming February 7th, 2014 as National Wear Red Day in the city of San Jose. And Mayor has a commendation or proclamation to present to Shannon. And Shannon, you have a few words to say?
I just want to say thank you to the mayor, the city of San Jose, and Councilmember Constant on behalf of the men and women affected by heart disease and on behalf of the American Heart Association. Thank you.
The next item is the consent calendar. Any items council members would like to pull for discussion? 2.10. Anybody else? Any requests from the public to speak on the consent calendar? Okay. We have a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. 2.010 will be discussed separately. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Unopposed? That's approved. Leaving 2.10, Councilmember KHAMIS.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody, member of staff can actually answer a couple of questions for me.
Before we get there, let me just say for those watching at home that these are actions related to a purchase order with Buckle Smith Electrical for supplies.
Councilmember KHAMIS, Mark Giovanetti from the Finance Department is here.
Thank you. I just had a couple questions, and I realized that this is the second time we're increasing this contract, correct? And is it mostly due to the copper wire theft, or what is it mostly due to?
The increase in compensation is because the demand is greater than originally anticipated. So it was the compensation was adjusted up to the maximum that's delegated to staff to $1,080,000, and then it looks like there's going to be a demand that's going to increase, that's going to go beyond that. So that's why it's here before you today, and it is due, as stated in the memorandum, it's due to copper theft and then just unanticipated repairs and things like that.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight. Actually, I'm going to approve it. I just wanted to highlight the fact that we're having some serious problems with copper wire theft, and now we're up to $1.78 million that we're spending on this specific item, and I just wanted to highlight it. I'm in full agreement with the going forward here. I just want to make sure we can keep this problem highlighted so that we can start looking for more solutions. So thank you for that.
Councilmember Herrera.
I just wanted to say this was heard at the copper wire item was heard at the T&E committee and discussed, and the measures that are being taken to address it. I think it'll come back to council, but there's a lot of work being done on this, including finding ways to prevent people from getting into the areas where they're stealing the wire, as well as looking at smart lights that will allow us to be notified, alerted when copper wire is cut. So that information will be coming back to council. But there's a lot of work being done on it.
We have a motion to approve item 2.10 on the motion. All in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. Item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, simply like to highlight for your attention and for public information that next Monday, February 10th, we'll have our annual study session to begin the budget process. This year and next Monday, we will review the results of the budget priority setting session with neighborhood associations and the youth commissioners that was held on January 18th, as well as the online version that followed. And just to give you a sense of the level of participation, we were actually able to get roughly 350 people involved through the combination of the online as well as in-person effort, and that's roughly triple the level of participation we've had in prior years. So at our session next Monday, Luke Holman from our pro bono partner Centennial. Will be here to review the results of the grassroots games, as it was referred to, as well as have a presentation from Dave Metz with our survey consulting firm Fairbank Maslin Mullen Metz and Associates in order to review results of the ongoing polling with respect to potential revenue ballot measures that will be coming back to the council later this year. That concludes my report, Mr. Mayor.
Next item is 3.3, amendments to the agreements for airport commercial paper program letter of credit replacement. We have a motion to approve. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. 3.5 is an amendments to the city pay plan for various classifications. We have a motion to approve. Councilmember Liccardo.
Just a question about, I know that back in December, Councilmember Herrera and I authored a memo about our concerns about the situation with the shortage of electricians and our need, given the rash of copper wire theft, to get more electricians on board. I understand that we have contracted with additional with retirees and some folks out of the union hall to fill the immediate need. But it seemed to be that that was a pretty urgent need that I think we all agree based on over the last year and a half, the widespread theft and our inability to repair it. And so my question is, why wouldn't this have been accelerated along with these other classifications? Why the urgency with, for instance, an information officer and not with an electrician?
Let me ask Alex Gurza, Deputy City Manager, to report. There has been quite a bit of activity among the departments involved, both Transportation, Public Works, and Environmental Services, and there have been dimensions of the strategy moving forward.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. Alex Gurza, Deputy City Manager. Councilor Liccardo, I wouldn't say that this particular item was put as a higher priority. These were classifications that had been in progress. Definitely there are various classification issues that we are working on, electricians being one of them, and we're looking at it from various perspectives, not just only looking at rehired retirees, but various resources to address the issue that we're having in that area as well.
Do we have a sense about what the timing would be to be able to move forward with the reclassification to enable us to be more effective in attracting them?
One of the issues that we've been talking to the departments who use electricians is to look at an additional classification that doesn't require full journey level electrician, that could do some of the work that is easier to hire than somebody that is a full electrician. So that is something we're working on, and we anticipate bringing that forward, I would say, as quickly as possible within the next month or two.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think, I don't need to tell any of you that we've got a lot of neighborhoods and industrial areas that right now are still in the dark, and I know everyone's working very hard to get the lights back up. But, what we're doing now is a Band-Aid, and I'm really eager to find ways to get more electricians on board so we can get that wire replaced. Thanks.
Councilmember Herrera.
I just wanted to echo what Councilmember Liccardo said, and I know that yesterday we heard the plan right now is going to take 18 months, I think. And Hans, if you wanted to add anything, because I see Hans Larson up there, he might want to chime in on this. If you wouldn't mind, Hans, because he certainly knows every strategy we're working on in terms of this issue. But a lot of it, we do need to have the staffing available, the electricians available to go and do this. So thank you. If you might.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Hans Larson, Director of Transportation, and just to reiterate, we had a good discussion at the Transportation and Environment Committee yesterday on the larger issue of street lighting, dealing with the two topics of dealing with the wire theft as well as converting our street lights to LED as part of a citywide program. So what I did announce yesterday to the T&E Committee is a follow-up to the action council took in December, where you allocated an additional $500,000 to help us deal with getting streetlights back on that are off due to wire theft. That allocation has allowed us to increase our staffing from a 2-person team to a 6-person team, and I was pleased to report that we have a 6-person team working now on restoring streetlights due to wire theft. But we do have about 1,000 lights that are out and it will take about 18 months to be able to fully deal with that backlog, as well as address lights that are going out at a rate of 40 new incidents a month due to wire theft. So we're kind of chasing a big issue, but we're working the best that we can with the resources we have. The other thing that I announced yesterday is that as part of that additional council investment, we're purchasing 500 locking metal boxes to better harden the access to our streetlight wire, in addition to the epoxy sealing that we're doing with our pole boxes at locations that we have wire theft. We also, the police department was there yesterday also to talk about efforts that they're doing from an enforcement side to better manage the issue. So as Councilmember Herrera said, we do have a staff report from T&E that'll be coming forward to council with more details on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else on that? We have a motion to approve the classification changes. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion is approved. Taking us to item 3.6, comprehensive annual financial report for retirement plans. That's both plans for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2013. We'll take a minute for our staff to get in place.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Roberto Peña, Director of Retirement Services. I'd like to start by thanking you for allowing us to present to the Council members and the Mayor the CAVIER for the last 2 years for the Retirement Association. I hope that we made this an annual event, and I want you all to know that I'm happy to come back to make these presentations and any other that you think will be beneficial to the council, and I'm hoping that I can come back soon enough to make presentations for the actual evaluations, which are very important information as well. If you allow me, I'd like to introduce the staff from the Retirement Services. If you please introduce yourself.
Donna Bussey, Deputy Director.
The microphone wasn't on. Let's try it again.
Donna Bussey, Deputy Director.
Ron Kumar, Investment Officer.
Benji Chua, Foy Accounting Division Manager.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a short presentation, and I'm going to go through some highlights, but obviously feel free to ask any questions, and I'm happy to address any comments you may have. And if we don't have the answer for you, we'll make sure to get it and then get it back to you. So with that said, so we have some highlights for you this afternoon. The total net position for the plans increased $132 million for federated and $223 million for police and fire. The funded status, I would like to caution you, because these are the 2013 statements, these are the June 30th, 2012 numbers, so they are a little stale. The most recent valuations, which are as of June 30, 2013, can be presented to you, council, at a later meeting if you desire, but I'm happy to address any issues. We're going to go through the highlights in a second. Investment returns for both plans, 8.1 for federated, 9.9 for police and fire. And then some of the changes that transpire throughout the fiscal year. Obviously, we got a new director. We implemented Tier 2 in the fourth quarter, and the Section 115, which was the trust established by City Council for healthcare contributions. So in terms of the net position from 2012 to 2013, the increases, the total assets increased from $1.65 billion to $1.76 billion in the pension side. In the other pension employment benefits, they went up from $137 million to $157 in the federated, in the police and fire, from 2.57 to 2.8 billion, and the OPED from 62.9 million to 74.7. The main reason for the changes, the increase in assets and the changes in the net position is right here in the net investment income loss. Basically, we just have very good net investment income throughout the year. You may recall that 2013 was a very good year on the fiscal year basis. And so what you see here is the result of those increases, which increase the asset value of the assets. We do have other numbers, for example, benefit payments as more retirees are retiring and we have to make cost of living adjustments or payments. It went up on the annual basis for Federated from $126 million to $136, in the police and fire from $142 to $150. You see the administrative expenses on the police and fire from $12,962. It actually went down to $12,314. And so the Federated, I'd like to add that we usually measure those expenses against the value of assets. So in terms of basis points, the numbers are 16.84 for Federated and 12.36 for police and fire, which are very much in line with other pension plans across California. My prior experience is in the 1937 Act, and by law, those plans have the ability to go up to 23 basis points of assets. As I indicated before, if you have any particulars or any questions, please let me know. Next item, statistics. So basically, you can see here it's been pretty consistent. We did have an increase, obviously, in retired members from police and fire from 2012 to 2013 of about 52. And in terms of retirees for Federated, the increase was about 109 from 3,602 to 3,711. We did have an increase of active members. In police and fire was a decrease of 11. In terms of Federated was an increase of about 18 members. And in terms of the OPEB, of course, we have the same rated increase in terms of retirees from 362 to 3,125 Federated, 1,055 from police and fire to 1,093. The next item that we present to you has to do with the schedule of funding progress. This is obviously a key part of the financial statements. And again, I just want to caution you, these are the 2013 statement, but they are, the information before you is actually for the June 30th, 2023 evaluation. So it's a year old. We already have the 2013 numbers, which will be included with the 2014 financial statements. But you know, the one thing that I want you to get from this presentation, a couple of things. So you see how the funding ratio for Federated went down in 2011 from 65% to 62 in 2012. Today, that number for 2013 is 59%. Police and fire, 84% to 79.6. And today, that number for 2013 is 77.5. OPEB is really even though the numbers are low, they are actually improving from 12% in 11 to 13% from 2012, and from 6% in 2011 to 7% in 2012. The reason behind the decrease in those numbers, for the most part, have to do with the decrease in investment losses. And I do want to make a note of that. When we actually say decrease in investment losses, it could be various reasons for that, but it doesn't really mean that the system actually is losing money. When you are talking on an actual basis, you compare the investment earnings that you have against what is your assumed rate of return. So it is quite possible that a system can actually make money, but if you return lower than your assumed rate of return for actual purposes, that's going to be an investment loss. In addition, because this is an actual basis, we use what is called a 5-year smooth market basis, which really what it means is that we spread out any gain and losses through a 5-year period. So for example, if you look at this 2012 number, what that number is reflecting is 20% of each actuarial gain and loss for the prior five years. So for a 2012 number, you have 20% of the investment gain and loss of 2008, 09, 10, 11, and 12. So I just want to make that distinction because that is very different than when you are looking at the statements and we have an investment rate return for the particular year. They are different than what you have in an actuarial basis. For example, these numbers are still including the big investment losses that we suffered with the debacle of the markets in 2008 and 2009. Any questions about this particular table?
I think we'll have some questions. You want to take them up now, or you're going to wait till we get to the end of the presentation? Okay, we'll just wait.
All right, very good. And now what we have in here is basically the target and asset allocation for federated plan. On the right-hand side is your actual allocation. On the left-hand side is your target. Sometimes when you make investment decisions and you have a target, it takes some time to migrate from the actual to the target. That's why you see some differences in the numbers. On the next slide, same information for the police and fire. This is the actual versus the target. And you see there are some differences between the two allocations between between federated and the police and fire. The next slide, it just gives you an idea of what the returns have been, the performance for the plans under the pension side and the OPEB for the 1, 3, 5, and 10 years. So I'm just going to key in on the 1 year ending on June 30th, 2012. We have the gross of fees and net of fees for federated of 8% versus a policy benchmark of 8.8, and police and fire 9.9 versus 9.6 net of manager fees. In the OPEB, 9% for federated versus 8.7 for the benchmark, and then 5% for the police and fire versus 5.3. 3, 5, and 10 years are probably more telling story of what's been transpiring over the last few years. In a nutshell, the assumed real return for federated is 7.25, and that we mean today, and for police and fire is 7.125. So if you compare those numbers with the 3 years, you can see that we have met and exceeded the return, not so much so for the 5 and 10 years. This information is just a little more detailed, rather than just providing you the performance numbers for the plans for the 1, 3, 5, and 10 years. It is 10 years, but we're giving you the annual from 2004 all the way to 2013. You may recall that 2008 and 9 were the very difficult market years. So, those years we lost money. And obviously 2010 and 11, we produced double-digit returns, and these are the most recent numbers for 2013. And to finalize the presentation, you can see how this is the market value of growth of the plan assets for both of the plans. And so you see how these here, when we have the investment losses for 2008 and 9, how the assets decline and how they have this trend of continue starting going up since 2009 as the investment returns have improved over the last 4 years. So that concludes the bulk of the numbers for the financial statements. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, we have a few questions. Could you just back up one slide?
Yes.
I'm not sure I understand the year 12 on there.
Yes.
There's only one bar for starters.
Well, the reason is because this one is so tiny of 0.01 that it's right there, that's why.
So one was a little bit negative and one was a little more negative?
Yes, both of them, exactly right.
Okay. I had a couple questions on the text as opposed to the numbers. There's a discussion in the text of both of the reports, page 32, I think, where you talk about experience studies.
Yes.
And the notice that we'll do experience study every 2 years, I don't think we're doing them that frequently, are we?
Yes, experience study, we are performing then, I believe, on the police and fire and staff. If I misspeak on this, let me know. I think it's every 2 years, and federated, maybe every 3 years.
Okay. And what do we find out in the experience study? I'm not really sure why you do them and what we find out. I assume mortality is one of the things.
Yes, and you are correct. So in a nutshell, what it is, Mayor, so a lot of these numbers are actually based on assumptions. So actuaries have assumptions as to how many members are going to be retiring, or what they assume, what the investment return is going to be, or how many are they going to die and pass away, how many are going to file for disability. So what we do on a every 2 or 3 year basis is that we check those assumptions to the actual experience. Thus the name experience study. So for example, if the assumption is that we're going to have 3% or 2% of the labor force retiring every year, then we would expect to have about 2-3% in the experience study actually seeing that retirement. If we do an experience study and find out that we didn't have a 2-3% retirement, but maybe 10-20%, like it probably happened a few years ago, then we need to ask why. If the reason for the discrepancy is a blip, meaning that, like in the case over here, when there was a lot of changes to the retirement benefits and the changes to the compensation of employees with prompted many active members to retire, then we explain that, but we won't change the assumption. We would expect over time the assumption to remain the same. However, if we find out that over the years we have, for example, more members retiring for disability that we have in the assumption, and the experience study every 3 or 5 years suggests that that number is too low, then we will change the assumption to match with the experience that the data is providing us.
Well, mortality is one of those areas that we have talked about in the past as an area that actuaries think is changing, and that we've had some discussion about whether or not the rates that we're assuming are based on older tables and whether or not that needs to be changed. I know that CalPERS has had similar conversations. So is that an area where we've already adjusted to the good news that people are living longer, or is that something yet to be factored into the equation?
Those are, mortality tables are, as you indicated, part of the experience study every 2 to 3 years. I wouldn't expect a mortality table to change often every 2 or 3 years. But the trend over the last 10, 20 years, obviously, is that the mortality has been increasing, meaning the age is been increasing. And so we are, I think, right where we want to be. And what we usually do is that we take the input from the actuary, and that particular discussion is really actually led by the actuary. They have obviously all the data, but they also have requirements. As an actuary, they have requirements for the profession, and there are tables that are provided. And so what we want to make sure is that it's reasonable based on the experience. And at this point, I will say that we believe the mortality tables that we're using are reasonable. The main discrepancy that you may find is that obviously the rates today, I don't know what the actual number is, but let's say that the life expectancy for a male is about 79 years, which I believe is about 79 for our plan. We know that today, we do know many members may live past 79, but there are others that unfortunately don't make it to that age. So that is part of the experience to make sure that we have a reasonable estimate, and we feel we do at this point.
A couple other questions that apply to both reports on page 57 and 58 of Federated. And page 62 and 63 of the Police and Fire are some supplementary information. And you had a slide with the percent of covered payroll, measuring the unfunded liabilities based on a percent of payroll.
That is correct.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand that and not using the data incorrectly.
Slide 7.
Yeah, so the right-hand column there is a percentage of payroll
Yes.
number. And when I look at police and fire, for example, I see that as of June 30th, 2012, the unfunded liability was for pension plan was 369%
Yes.
payroll. That tells me that it would, if we stopped the payroll, it would take 3.69 years of pay to cover the unfunded liability. You take the entire payroll for 3.69 years.
That is, yes, if you would take the full payroll and to pay down the unfunded liability, that would be the case, yes.
And then if you look at the OPEB, which is on the next page, post-employment health care, retiree health care, it's 497%. So it would take 4.95 years to pay that off.
That is correct.
And I add those together, it looks like if we laid off all of our police officers and firefighters, we could cover these unfunded liabilities in only 8 years. So, not that we're going to do that. But
understood.
But as an order of magnitude, it's about 8 or 9 years of payroll to cover both the pension and the OPEB on both the police side and the federated side. And which is interesting. It's one way of measuring it because it's awfully hard to get your mind around billions of dollars. But years is, I think, a little easier. So then I was curious as how we compare to other cities because we're constantly benchmarking. I've got a graphic, if I could get up, because we went to some CAFRs from some neighboring cities just to see, sometimes misery loves company. In this case, we've got Fremont, Santa Clara, and Sunnyvale. Just happen to be neighboring cities. You see that they too have significant unfunded liabilities, but the order of magnitude, ours is quite a bit larger, especially in the OPEB category, the healthcare category. And I think if we looked at the entire state, we would unfortunately still be pretty close to the top. I know that some cities have higher unfunded liabilities compared to payroll than we do. But it's still a significant number. So I'm always trying to figure out a way to explain this to where people can understand it if they're not actuaries. So I think this percent of payroll is a useful tool.
You are correct. It's very useful. And so I'm glad that you have this information. So if you allow me, if I can make a couple of comments on that. So the range, and these are the neighborhood cities, but the range, first of all, the first statement I'd like to make is that number is going to be directly related to your funded ratio. So the lower the funded ratio, the higher the number is going to be. I did ask on my peers in California, and that number is ranging anywhere from 150 to 400%, which it is large, obviously. For example, the funding ratios for police and fire as of 2013, again, I mentioned it was 77.5. And for federated, it's about 59%. The average funding ratio among many of our peer pension plans in California as of 2012 was about 75%. So they are going to have numbers that are smaller than San Jose. Another way to look at it, Mayor, is, for example, in that number of 369 for the police and fire, if you divide that number by your assumed rate of return of police and fire, which is 7.25%, that means that it takes 27% of the covered payroll only to pay the interest on the unfunded liability. To that, you have to add the normal cost, and then beyond the normal cost, then is what you're paying down the unfunded liability, which is, if you're going to do an analogy, that will be the principal payment of your mortgage interest. But your point is well taken. We are higher, but many of our systems across the state are between 150 and 400%. I'm sorry? Yes. And so staff's telling me that obviously I don't know what the discount rates are on other systems, which will have an impact on that calculation as well.
Right. Well, most of the other systems are CalPERS, and their assumed rate of returns are higher than what our plans are assuming.
Yes.
that would make their numbers look better than our numbers. The lower, we have a very conservative to try to not have as much volatility in our plan. So our boards have set our discount rates much lower than most of our peers, and that makes the numbers, our numbers, seem a lot worse.
Councilmember Liccardo.
Thank you. You anticipated my next question. It seems to me that, you know, the other shoe is going to drop on CalPERS. We already see a very active discussion about CalSTRS. I assume we're going to see the unfunded liabilities of those other cities rise substantially in the next half decade. Wouldn't you expect that as they start to true up the assumed rates of return to reality?
Well, how can I answer that? I'm going to start by qualifying that I obviously don't know as much about the other systems as I know about our system.
Sure.
My gut reaction is that I would expect them to go up over time. I don't really know the magnitude of that increase because obviously unfunded liabilities can go up for many reasons, but everything else equal, meaning you're going to hear me use that phrase a lot when I speak to you. Everything is equal, meaning that all the assumptions being met, if benefits stay the same, but members continue to live longer and investment returns are pared down, meaning that the expectations going forward is that the capital markets will not return the earnings that we had in the past, then that will be true that the unfunded liability should increase. But the magnitude of that increase is hard to say because it will vary, plan to plan.
Understood. I appreciate that. I know that this rate of return assumption is a key assumption, certainly, in driving the numbers. And you mentioned the 7.25 that we're now at with police and fire. I'm grateful it's lower than it was several years ago. When I got on the board, it was much higher, and I remember Councilmember Herrera and I pushed very hard to try to push the number back toward earth. We are clearly in the midst of changing our asset allocation. We started this several years ago. We're still not to our target. I know we're trying to reduce a percentage that are invested in equities to try to dampen the fluctuations and volatility in the plan. And I guess my question is, do we expect additional downward ratcheting of this assumed rate of return in the next couple of years? I know that's a board decision, but do you anticipate you'll be recommending that to the board?
To the extent that capital market assumptions do not pan out, meaning that they're not retaining what the expectations of the managers are, then that will probably be a discussion that the board will have down the road to possibly decrease the rates. A couple of comments on that. Number one, the assumed real return in many of the pension plans in California have decreased over the years. I think they're closer to 7.5% today than 8%. And let me just say something. I know that a lot of times when we speak here, we talk about CalPERS. When I'm referring to our peers across the state, I don't usually refer to CalPERS. I'm usually referring to many of the other systems that are more like us.
Right.
So they're closer to when we are. We are more conservative, meaning that, or depends how you want to define it, more aggressive in that our assumption rate is lower than theirs.
Sure.
And I think that's the right approach by the boards because you want to make sure that you have a better chance of meeting your assumed rate of return, and by decreasing the assumed return, then you probably have a better chance, better than a 50-50 chance to meet that assumed rate of return than maybe other plans if they're using a 50-50 chance to do so. But to your questions, I would expect those returns to possibly head a little lower depending on the capital market assumptions for the next 5-7 years.
Okay. That's helpful for helping me understand what's going to happen with our unfunded liability, because I understand, though we're trying to whittle it down until we fully adjust all those assumptions, I suspect it won't go down. And forgive me, I neglected to mention the good work Councilmember KANSEN, I know, in pushing as well to try to true the assumptions to reality. I had a question about the fact that we're looking at 2012 numbers. As you mentioned, the 2013 numbers are in. I know it's long been the custom and practice that we look at this, what seems to be an eternity in history. We would all rather be looking at the numbers from 2013. Why can't we change that practice? Why can't we be looking at all these numbers, given the fact that we know what the returns are for June of 2013, or July, I should say?
Okay, so in terms of presenting the CAFR, we have no choice but to include the valuation from the year prior to the CAFR, because for timing purposes, it would not, the new evaluation would not be completed in time to include it in the CAFR for the current fiscal year. This is why when I started the presentation, I offered the option also to come back to you, Council, and present the 2013 actual evaluations, which actually will be completed to be presented to the boards this week, or do we still have federated later this week? So they will all be completed for the 2013 pension and OPEB for both plans on Thursday. So after that day, I could come back to you, Council, on March, February or March to make that presentation. But your point is well taken. But in terms of the CAFE presentation, we're always going to lag behind 1 year for the actual evaluation.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I guess I would then, it's appropriate to make a motion to receive the report and to ask that you return to council when we get those 2013 numbers, because I'd really like to know what happens to this $3.7 billion unfunded liability between 2012 and 2013. That would be my motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to accept the reports and report back as Mr. Pena has described.
And thank you for your
Oh, you're welcome. Please, trust me, this is what we do. And I love to come back here anytime you have a question and present what the numbers are and what they mean, and have meaningful discussion so that we are all transparent about the process and very clear as to what the implications are. So I'm happy to come back anytime you request that we do so.
Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you. Appreciate the report. In terms of, so I think police and fire is 7.25 assumed rate of return, is that right?
For the 2012, for the new 2013, the police and fire is 7.125 and the federated is 7.25.
Okay, and can you, and I used to recollect this when I was on the board, but what are our chances, what are the chances of achieving that? What's the percentage chance of achieving the 7.125 or the 7.25? That the investment return will hit that? What is the chances of that?
I believe, based on the presentation by the actuaries, I believe...
The actuaries used to come and tell us what our chances were of hitting that.
The chances of meeting the 7.25 for federated is 54%, and the chance for meeting the 7.125 for police and fire is about 63%.
63?
Mm-hmm.
So that's definitely better than when we were over 8%.
Yeah.
But
and
we still have...
I have to say, I'm very glad the boards make a point to select or to approve discount rates or assumed rate of returns that are higher than a 50-50 chance, which are probably what most of other plans do.
Although we're not sure what they... I guess that's probably not true with the slide the mayor put up, but then again, that's CalPERS again, so it's not, it's apples and oranges, I guess, in your viewpoint, because it's not a charter city with their own funding. The other thing that struck me on your slides, and I don't remember which one, but you show OPEB. Yes. That's a much worse situation. I guess even on this slide too, it says that OPEB is really concerning, our unfunded liability for OPEB. And what is our funded ratio again for our OPEB? How funded are we in both ones?
Do you have a slide 7, Ron, I think that, unfortunately for the OPEB, I don't have the numbers for 2013 on my head, but I do know that there were, I believe, 12 and 13% for the OPEB, and what's the...
Funding?
Funding, yeah, okay. Funding ratio, yes. And for federated, yes. And for police and fire, 6 and 7%.
6?
Yes, and I'm just getting the 2013 numbers. For federated is 18%, and and 11. And for police and fire, it's 11%. Those are the 2013 numbers. So this number went up from 13 to 18%, and this number from 7 to 11%.
Still a long way to go on that one. That's
A very long way to go,
That's
yes.
pretty scary. I guess that would be at a point where it's, would you consider that in danger of not being able to be relied upon or at 11% funding? What would your professional opinion be on that?
Well, these numbers are very, very challenging. And so all I can tell you is that obviously we are working with the boards as well as we can to make sure that those benefits are paid as long as we are required to pay them. And we're taking steps to ensure that those funding ratios increase to a point where, you know, they'll be more meaningful and we have a better chance of meeting our liabilities going forward.
Yep, and I too will be interested in having us come back and take a look at it. Those large unfunded liabilities are continuing, are concerning, and I'm glad we've got a strategy at least to deal with the actuarial assumed rate of return, and that looks like it's going in the right direction. I think we do need to look at age, and we do need to look at the number of retirements, and I'm glad to hear we're still keeping on track with that.
Councilor KHAMIS.
So first, I want to thank you for this report, and I realize it's you know, the material's a little dated, but this is a very scary chart, especially on the OPEB for me, on the unfunded liability here. You know, according to your statistics here, we're 7% funded. That means we're 93% unfunded. I mean, that's a clear message here. Is there a point where you would say this plan is insolvent? Because to me, I mean, you know,
I don't want to use that word, but again, it is certainly a challenge. And again, we're taking the steps necessary to try to improve those funding. As I indicated, it went up from 7 to 11% in 2013. And so we will continue working with investment consultants and with the actuary to make sure that, you know, that percentage becomes more healthy. And again, it's hard for me to really describe it any other way, but rest assured that we're doing everything we can to ensure that those those funding ratios improve.
Yeah, well, just to let you know, I've been a financial advisor for 18 years, and I would never come to an employee meeting and let them know that, hey, you know, we got to make up 93% of something and say that it was solvent. Again, I appreciate these numbers. I'm not blaming you in any way. It's just really enlightening and kind of scary at the same time of what kind of predicament that we've been in due to the fact that previous city council members made all these commitments that we couldn't really cash those checks. And we're sitting here today trying to deal with these figures, and we're having to make bad decisions after bad decisions. What else I've noticed on 2011 through from the federated and the police unfunded liabilities that we're actually getting worse. We're going from 65 to 62% funding, and 84 to 79% funding. That's a big loss. Again, since I know a little bit about pensions, would you mostly attribute it to the fact that we have less money working for us, more people retiring and sucking down the money or drawing down on the money, and then having less employees to make up the difference?
Well, I can tell you for sure what the reason for this decrease is. It's actually twofold. The number one, I think I indicated, was the investment loss. And I think I started by explaining that we need to be careful. Investment loss does not mean we lost money in the plan, although obviously the returns did show that we did lose money. In some instances, is that we did not meet the assumed rate of return. The other reason behind it have to do with assumptions. And so anytime you decrease the discount rate, the impact is going to be everything else equal, is going to decrease the funding ratio. So I will say that the main reasons for that decrease and for the one this year is exactly that. The decrease, the investment loss, and the decrease in the assumed rate of return.
Okay. Well, that's That's good, since we actually had, in 2013, we had a huge return, at least in the stock market.
Yes.
And so I'm hoping to see better numbers next week when you put them out. I had another question on a previous slide where you actually showed the actual average rates of return in a 5-year, 10-year,
Yes.
and inception. Can you bring that slide up real quick? Yeah. So in this slide, you know, I know that in the past we've had this practice that we've actually issued a check to retirees in years where we've exceeded expectations. Your assumption, I mean, the average here, the average rate of return, I want to be clear, since inception is 4.7% net of fees, and our assumption is still at 7.25?
That's the OPEB, and the OPEB is a little different than the pension. So, for example, we won't pay any.
Okay, so even the pensions, we're looking at the say a 10-year average rate of return at 6.2, but our assumption is 7.25. So we're still, and this is a long-term outlook.
Yes.
Does this actually calculate in that 13th paycheck? Does this, or is this net of the 13th paycheck, or is this before that paycheck is calculated in?
I fully understand your question. I'm going to let staff that have worked with those in the past answer that question, because I wasn't here then, and I wouldn't want to venture to explain how that was supposed to work. So,
thank you.
I believe you're speaking of the SRBR
Yes.
payment? Yes. We have not made a payment, that the council has not.
In the last 10 years?
Not in the last 10 years, but it doesn't really affect the performance side. It's more along the side of the liability side.
Okay, so it affects the unfunded liability, but it doesn't affect the actual returns on investment.
Yes, so the way to explain that is, that's the return that we had on the assets.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking for the actual explanation, I think the rationale behind it would be that if you assume real return is 7.25, then if you were going to pay some funds in the SRBR, obviously there's a cost associated with that. So you will have to really make more than 7.25 to be able to actually have the 7.25, because you couldn't count on that money. That's the rationale behind it. I suspect over the last 10 years, the SRBR was paid out. Some years, I don't know really which years were paid out or they were not. I do know, as Donna indicated, that I believe the last couple of years has not been approved. And in fact, that's not even, the SRBR is no longer in existence.
No, I fully realize that. I just was wondering if the SRBR was calculated into the adjusted returns here, the 10-year averages, because, well, in reality, it gets deducted, basically.
Your point is well taken.
So,
I don't disagree with you. This is just the performance, and I agree with you completely.
That's the actual performance.
Yeah, actual performance. The explanation of what you are referring to will be more of an issue to be presented in the actual evaluation. What the cost impact is of paying that check. Yes, that's certainly, your point is well taken.
Thank you. And thank you for the report.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad to do so.
Councilmember Constant.
Thank you. I just want to make some observations and maybe some clarifications, because there's been a lot of questions answered or asked and answered. But I'll start with this chart since we have it up here. This is actual investment returns.
Yes.
It's not the same as actuarial returns.
That's exactly right.
And I just want to make sure everyone understands we're talking about two different things, but we're intermixing the conversations. And when you look at your experience study and your actuarial valuation, and there was a chart, if you can bring up the chart that shows the performance over a number of years, it's a vertical bar chart, this one here. Now, this one here, is this investment return?
Investment, yes. That's the same investment returns.
So what you don't see reflected here is what ends up going through the actuarial valuation process, and that's the smoothing that gets added on or subtracted off each year. And I heard someone make a comment, I don't remember who it was, that we're looking forward to seeing what numbers look like next year and where our funded status will be because we had a good year in 2013. But the funded status comes from the actuarial valuation. The actuarial valuation will take whatever we made in 2013 and divide it into 5, and we'll realize 20% of that gain next year, not the full 100%. Just like when we're looking at 2013, we are still seeing remnants of what happened 5 years previously when we're looking at the actuarial valuation. So I say that, and Roberto and I have had this discussion offline. It's hard because when we come up here, or even at the Public Safety Committee, Finance Committee, or even at the boards, we mix the discussion of investment returns and actuarial returns, and we talk about them as if they're equals. And I just think it's important to make sure that when we're talking about it, that each of us are thinking of those two things almost completely separate of each other. Because we all want great returns, and we hope for great returns, and we don't want the losses, but we have to understand that there's a 5-year lag before either of those is realized in our valuation reports, which are what give us those percentage numbers, whether it's the 62%, 65%, 69%, or the sad 7% when we're looking at OPEB. Did anything I say there, was anything wrong?
No, you are absolutely right. Quite possibly you can give this presentation next year if I'm not here.
No. I'm not going to be here next year.
But, no, I think your point is well taken. You're absolutely right. I think I did mention that throughout the presentation. And this is why I'm looking forward to actually presenting to you also the actual evaluation, because I will make a point more explicit in that presentation about the difference between your investment rate of return and your assumed rate of return. And just to echo Councilmember Constant's comments, so for the 2013 valuation that I will be presenting to you later, it would include 20% of this loss, which was dramatic, and then 20% of this gain, 20% of this gain, 20% of this loss, and 20% of this gain. So you can see how there's this connection between listening to the capital markets on the news that the S&P made 26.4% this year, and then the actual rate of return was possibly 8.1. That's the first one. The second one, which we haven't spoke about, but just to make a point, is that our asset allocation, being more conservative than many of our peers across the state, we have a lower allocation to equities, which means that in calendar year 2013, when the equities took off and returned 25, 28%, because our allocation is considerably lower, in some instances more than half of other systems, then our returns are also going to lag those of our peers. However, because we have a more conservative approach, because we believe that it's important that our goal is to make sure that we meet or exceed our assumed rate of return at a reasonable risk-adjusted basis, then in down markets or in very volatile markets, we expect to have better protection than our peers when that happens. But Councilmember Constant, thank you so much for your explanation. You are absolutely correct.
So something that I think may help in future is if when we're seeing the CAFRs and we're having this type of discussion and we see a graph like this, if we could have a fluid line that shows what the actuarial return was reported for each of those years, because I think that might give just another data point for people who are trying to understand it. And when we have the presentation on the actuarial valuation, I think it's just important. You spent some time here talking about the smoothing and then the investment policy and how the investment policy has now led us to de-risking the plan and reducing our volatility. I think it's going to be important when we talk about the actuarial valuation to talk about the high leveraging that Gene talks to us about every time he presents the report. While on one side, on a performance side, we're seeing what we can control, and that is de-risking the plan and reducing volatility. But in the actuarial report, the thing that we cannot really control as easily is that high leverage number. And I don't remember the numbers, but it was like a 16x factor or 18x factor. And I know it took at least 4 presentations before I even understood what the heck he was talking about, because it's not as intuitive, or it wasn't to me as intuitive as it was to the actuaries. So I think when we get to that, that would be a very good discussion so that we can have both of those again balancing each other. And then, and I bring all this up because I remember back when we first were bringing up this impending problem. And I remember one of my colleagues on the council saying, well, when the Dow gets back to 13,000, we won't have a problem. And I remember I wrote that down because it was one of those things that it's easy to just look at returns and think you're fixing a problem. But here we are a number of years later, the Dow isn't at 13,000. In fact, it's above. I don't know where it's at. I haven't looked at it lately because I don't have enough money to invest myself. But you see that the problem not only exists, but the funding ratio is considerably lower. And then last, I wanted to touch on the OPEB. If you can go to that chart that shows the OPEB funding ratios, and this is all editorializing. I think it was the one right there, that one. The 6, 7%, 12, 13% are dismal numbers. But I think it's important to remember the history that led us here. And one of my colleagues mentioned decisions made by former councils. And I just want to remind everyone that in 1986, I believe it was when we had an agreement between the city and the employees for an increased health care benefit. And one of the agreements was we were going to increase this retiree health benefit because the cost was going to be borne 50-50. It wasn't till 20 years later that a number of us here on the council start having the discussions about the OPEB becoming such a big number and talking about how do we get to that 50-50 funding. Because while the cost had been split 50-50, it was a conscious decision by a policy decision by the councils that came before us to fund that at a level of about 7%. So the funding was split 50-50. The cash payment that was due was split 50-50, but we were only paying 7% of our bill. And that's why when we tackled this issue a number of years ago, we knew that we had to come up with a plan to achieve true full funding. And we entered into agreements to ramp up to full funding over a 5-year period. So we are getting to that, and I'm happy to say that we're one of the few agencies that actually not only reports our unfunded liability, but we have a plan and we're starting to fund our plan, and we're getting to a point where there will be a light at the end of the tunnel. Unfortunately, the tunnel is about 27 more years long, or 28, 25 more years long. But I think it's also important to know that we have made great strides in reducing our OPEB obligations because of, again, things that we had in our control, which are plan design and the lowest cost plan and how we've dealt with that over the last number of years. So not that I'm trying to justify in any way that these are the right place for us to be. I'm just trying to offer a longer term 20-year perspective about how we got into this problem that is a significant problem. But along the way, we've been taking some steps to address that problem. I think we waited 20 years too long to do that. I'm thankful that between the mayor and the council members that were here 5 years ago, we were able to start addressing this issue, and we'll get there. But it's like buying a house. You've got a 30-year mortgage on these payments. And looking at, when you sit through the actuarial valuations and you see those 20, 30-year projections, best case, worst case, and everything, it's really scary. And if we didn't have a plan, we'd have to be running for the hills at these kind of numbers because no one would get any health care at all in their retirement. There's a little bit of comfort in knowing that we've got the plan, we got the agreement with our unions, we have the 5-year ramp up, we have the 50% instituted in Measure B, we have the lowest cost health plan that's been upheld. We've made a lot of progress in reducing the overall volume of the obligations, but this is a long, committed process that we have to be into. And sorry for opining so long.
Just to bring you up to speed, the Dow closed today at 15,445, so well above 13,000.
And we still have a problem.
Apparently we do. It's roughly doubled since 2009 when we saw those losses, but it's not enough. Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank Councilmember Constant for discussing, giving some historical perspective, including mentioning the fact that these are long-term propositions, that we can't, this is a problem that was created over a very long period of time, and it's going to take us continue to move in the right direction, even if it's not, it may be incremental, at least if you're looking at a one-year snapshot, but over a 20, 30-year period, that's how you accomplish the goal of achieving, funding the retiree health care and paying down the unfunded liability, that it's not something that will pay over 7 years and not pay the rest. I know the mayor was speaking just a little tongue-in-cheek there, just kind of like, but if I have a $500,000 mortgage on my home, I'm not contemplating not working for the next 4 years, 5 years, and paying it all off. So we have the ordinary type of scenario of a long-term both pension as well as health care liabilities, and then on top of that we have both the unfunded liabilities because past obligations weren't kept up with, on top of the more recent acknowledgement of all government agencies have regarding OPEB and other obligations they had that weren't necessarily on the books for so many years, and now we're having to take account of. And that being said, there's a lot of agencies that actually don't, as bad as 11% looks, there's a lot of agencies that actually don't even get that far because they're just starting to take note of it, and there's many private sector companies that don't actually even fully fund retiree health care at all. And so we're doing the right thing. I just, I always caution when people, when folks try to use big numbers and the amount of liability to create any kind of fear or uncertainty, when in actuality we have much more certainty than many other agencies. And, we can certainly compare ourselves to smaller jurisdictions and what have you, but I think that, our obligations and, given the fact that we have our own plans, we're going to have to kind of deal with it in our own somewhat unique way. It is good to see that we have a better situation. We'll likely have a better situation, certainly, as we update the numbers in terms of 80% of our police and fire being funded, and we're over 60% in federated, and hopefully creep closer to 70% as we get the newer numbers this next year. Excuse me. In terms of the percentage of funded, and again, understanding that we have to look at our own unique circumstances, are we in, well, I don't even want you to make a judgment, whether we're in the safe territory or not, but given what, the long-term, kind of the 30-year outlook, is there, but the recession certainly seemed like an outlier, but smoothed out, is it your belief that that's going to have a long-term impact in terms of an actuarial analysis, not asking to look into a crystal ball, but in terms of an actuarial analysis, given the progress that the city has made in terms of working with the employees and paying more into retiree health care, paying more, are we putting ourselves in a safer position for that 30-year outlook?
Well, I think the way I can answer that, excuse me, Councilmember KALRA, is that I think as you indicated, and so did Councilmember Constant, we have, and the boards have a plan to obviously, the one thing I can tell you today is that it won't happen that way, but the plan is that over time, over the next 20, 30 years, if all the assumptions pan out, we should get back to fully funded status. The one thing I can tell you today is that those assumptions are not going to pan out the way we expect them to be, but that is the goal. So we do have a plan. And, that's why we are committed to continue working hard on behalf of the members and making sure that, make the right decisions given our fiduciary responsibility to make sure that those funds are there for many generations. So I guess the bottom line to your question is, I don't have a crystal ball. I wouldn't want to sit here and tell you that things are going to get better or worse, other than we are committed, we have a plan, And we hope that soon enough we can see a trend where funding ratios start improving. Again, we still have some decisions, tough decisions to make, and we're going to make them in the next couple of years. But every decision that we make at the board levels is certainly keeping in mind that we're trying to improve the health of the pension plans and keeping in mind of our responsibility to the members of both plans. And I do want to mention, because I think I did by passing indicated, when I come back to make the actual evaluations presentation, both of those rates went down. So the federated now for 2013 is 59%, and for police and fire is 77.5%, just so that when I come back, you know the numbers that we're going to be discussing.
And when we look at the, and I appreciate the fact that we have a plan. I mean, that's the best you can do is have a responsible plan, a long-term plan, not knowing what exactly the market's going to do or other investments are necessarily going to do, but hoping that 10 years from now, maybe in 2 years or in 4 years, because of the ups and downs, we don't know exactly where we'll be, but in 10 years, we'll be better funded than we are today. In 20 years, we'll be better funded than we are in 10 years. And I think that that's, at least in my estimation, the most relevant component of being able to fully fund these long-term plans is making sure that we're continuing to fund them more than we are today in the long-term outlook, not what's going to happen tomorrow. If the market crashes 300 points tomorrow and we say, oh, we lost X percentage, that's not as relevant necessarily as the fact that you do have a plan to get us back, to get us into a status where we can be fully funded and at the same time pay down unfunded liabilities that previously weren't being addressed in a responsible manner, not in a manner in which we have to stop paying payroll for the next 5 years, but rather in that long-term as part of that long-term process. Thank you.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify a statement made by my colleague that keeping up with obligations that the City of San Jose has always made its annual required contribution as covered in the city auditor's report, and just want to make sure that that's clear to everyone that's listening. Thank you.
Councilor Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask the maker of the motion. You made a reference to accept the report, but also return with additional information. Was that outside of a standing meeting already? As riveting as this topic is to, I'm sure, all of us, is this an additional request for them, or could this be in an info memo form?
Well, the idea would be that we would have it come back to council, I think. I think it's important for all of us to hear and discuss how the numbers have changed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I had a question on the organizational chart, and I noticed a number of vacant positions, and I don't know how old or dated this is. Can you share with me the status? Is this reflective of what we're seeing today?
Yes, I'll be glad to. So we do have quite a few vacancies, mostly on the investment side of the chart. We are hoping to be getting very close to hopefully getting the CIO on board. We are in the process of having some interviews. I would love to say that I'm very optimistic that we may have a CIO on board in the next couple of months. I hope that's the case. And once we have a CIO on board, we are at the same time doing a search for investment officers. So we are taking the step to make sure that those vacancies are filled, hopefully within the next 6 months.
And are these new positions or these standing positions that are just
These are standing
vacant?
positions that have been vacant for a few years.
Okay. And can you explain to me why the pace we're at, why we're not moving a little quicker on these?
Yes, I can actually explain to you since I got there. And my rationale was my 1-year anniversary, excuse me, is going to be next year. And being the positive kind of person that I am, I kept thinking I was very close to having the boards hire a CIO and the city hiring a CIO. We were not successful in doing so, but we are a lot closer today. So my rationale was that I wanted to have a CIO on board so that that person could make a decision as to the kind of staff that he or she wanted to bring in. So I was basically waiting for the CIO to be on board so I could work with him or her on bringing in the new investment officers. I wanted to give that person the chance to bring his or her own people, doing the searches and selecting the candidates that he or she thought was the best candidate for the position. But unfortunately, it's taken a year to fill that position. And so I fully expect that now, once that position is filled, will be about 6 months before we can obviously fill in the rest of the vacancies.
Thank you. I'm assuming these positions serve a purpose, and what purpose right now is not being served, and how does that affect your department?
Well, the implication of that has been, for example, that we have to, at least on the police and fire, we have to bring in one of our investment consultants and have is it an amendment to the contract that we had? Excuse me, where in addition to the contracts investment consultants, they were hired to be interim CAO, which what that meant or means is that we have them coming in to the office on a weekly basis to spend time with staff and get more involved on a day-to-day operations of the investment function than otherwise they would have been had they just been an investment consultant. So we have tried to remedy, some of those issues, but the truth is, Councilmember Rocha, is that we have suffered by it. We have suffered because we don't have a full staff, and so this is one of the reasons why, for example, there is a discrepancy between the target allocation and the actual asset allocation because we have not been able to move as quickly to reach out and to get to those asset classes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Constant.
Sorry to speak again, but I missed one point. There was some discussion earlier. I think it was Councilmember Liccardo and CAMIS and Herrera were talking about the rate of return and the assumed rate of return. I think it's important to realize that we're not in the same world we were historically, and I don't have the exact numbers with me, but when you look back a few decades, you look back in the mid-'80s, a assumed rate of return of 8% was a whole different picture because you had a risk-free rate of return that was around 10%. In the mid-'90s, a rate of return of 8.25% or 8.5% was different because you had a risk-free rate somewhere in the 4 to 5% range. As you look back a decade ago, that risk-free rate dropped into the 1%, maybe 1.4%, depending on which risk-free rate you were looking at. And then if you look at it now, you're way under 1%, like under 0.5%. And it really changes the investment dynamics because hitting 8.25% when your risk-free rate was 10 is no big deal. Hitting 7% when your risk-free rate is even 4.25% is still, you're only looking at a small delta. But when you're looking at hitting an investment return that's at the 7.125 or 7.25 or 7.5 or any of the numbers we are at or have been at lately, when you're looking at a risk-free rate, and I don't know, it's probably around 0.13, 1.5, 0.2, somewhere around there. That's a huge delta. And we have to understand that it's not an anomaly. When I last pulled up the risk-free rate, I pulled up a 50-year perspective. It was a steady dip. It wasn't like it was going all over the place. It was a definite trend. So we're working against forces that we can't control. And that's why I think the investment or the retirement boards have been working diligently in lowering that rate. I still think we have a considerable way to go to get to where we're going to be, where we can have our plans de-risked. But there's a lot of impact in the overall funding status and all those other items. But I just bring that up because people will look at the historical and say, well, over 30 years, we don't have a problem because we hit our rate. You have to put in perspective that half of that 30 years you were chasing 4% delta versus chasing a 7% delta that we are now. Thanks.
Well, speaking of the impacts, you net it all out, it comes to some dollar amount that we have to pay every year.
That is correct.
And I did look through the presentations made by the actuaries to the two boards, and our increase in payments, which is both pension and OPEB on both plans this year that we're in, is about roughly $25 million. And it appeared to me, looking at those two presentations, that we're looking at a similar size increase next year, maybe a little bit less, but still the $20 to $25 million range for next year. Was that, am I guessing right?
I don't know the actual numbers, but they seem reasonable. But don't quote me on it. I would think they're reasonable, but I don't know the exact numbers.
Yeah, well, I won't quote you until the boards have approved them, right?
That's right.
And then you'll know what it is. But based on the actuary's presentation, roughly the same magnitude of increase that we saw this year, which is means we're going to have to come up with some more money, which ultimately this is all about, how much money we have to spend. In the further future, I wanted to go back to the GASB, the Government Accounting Standards Board's Statement 67, which we are going to have to comply with sometime soon. And I know that we're not ready to figure out exactly what impact that's going to have on everything we're doing, but I assume you started getting ready to figure out how to implement that new standard.
Yes, in fact, we have, and I can let some of the staff answer that, but I can say that GASB 67 is related to the pension plan statements, which are required to start with the fiscal year for the financial statements ending on June 30, 2014. And GASB 68 is for the plan sponsor or city financial statements, and that will be June 30, 2015. And in terms of GASB 67, the basic issues has some requirements to add further notes, or they kind of provide additional information in our note disclosure and the require information schedule that we have to provide in our statements. And so I'll let staff talk about that, but we have, I believe, already started providing not the whole information that is required, but some of that data that is required, I believe, started providing it for 2013. Is that correct? Like discount rate information and stuff like that?
Yes, that is correct. The GASB 67 will just require additional disclosures to the notes and required supplementary information, such as the discount rate, target asset allocation, some of which we're already providing, but they're just requiring in GASB 67.
And GASB 68 will then require the city at some level to book additional liabilities.
Not additional liabilities, to actually, and I don't want to speak for obviously the finance department, but to actually report the unfunded liability on the financial statements for the city. That's a very, very, very general statement, but that's in a nutshell.
Okay. I think that concludes the council discussion based on what I've seen. We have a motion to accept the reports and have you come back and present the more recent results of the funding status, actuarial work, et cetera. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? Unopposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Our next item is 4.1, rezoning a property at the northwest corner of Charcut and Junction Avenue. We have a motion to approve. I have a couple of questions for staff. We have a request to speak, so we'll give staff a chance to come down. And might as well hear from the applicant. Ray Hashimoto, I think, is representing the applicant. That'd be right? That is right. We'll give the applicant 5 minutes.
Mayor Reed, members of the council, Ray Hashimoto with HMH Engineers, representing Club Autosport. I also wanted to recognize that Ralph Borelli and John Davis, the managing partners, are also in the audience, and they're here to answer questions if necessary. First of all, with the staff report, we are in agreement, and thank staff for working with us to add some flexibility to the plan development zoning that we have for this, what I think, and I think we all think, is a unique asset to the community out here in North San Jose. And so with the additions under the zoning and a provision for us to pay our traffic fees as we go, we appreciate. One of the things that the staff report is silent on which we do want to bring up today, is a need for an additional monument sign along Junction Avenue. As you can see by the picture that I put up, we have a Building B, which is sort of buried behind the existing building that was initially done, and it is actually addressed off of Charcot, although the main entrance is close to Junction Avenue. And with that, we have a situation where there's not much identity to that rear building. So we'd like to put on our Junction Avenue driveways, the one farthest to the north, put an additional sign out there to identify that building. We have about 490 feet of frontage along Junction Avenue. We have one monument sign that's about 32 square feet. I think, and Ms. Pravetti may chime in here, but I believe under the zoning code we would have an allowance of about 90 square feet. So we are not asking for any additional square footage, but trying to split that between a couple of signs that are moderately sized to identify that rear building and the tenants and owners that are in that building. So with that, if there's any questions for myself or Ralph or John, we're here to answer that and would request that you approve the zoning. Thank you.
Okay, let me just check and see if there's any additional public testimony on this. Okay, that's it for the public testimony. Staff, did you have anything you wanted to add? I didn't ask you for a staff presentation. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have no presentation, but in response to the applicant's request, we were aware of their interest in additional signage. This is a zoning code change. This is a tailored zoning for this site, so we are not asking for any changes to a different title which affects the signs. As you know, we're very busy with a lot of other sign code changes, and it's possible that we could look at this along with some other changes that will be coming back to you later on this calendar year.
All right, I had a couple of questions. Ray Hashimoto described this as a unique asset. How do we ensure that it stays unique? Because we've essentially got an event center now in the middle of an industrial area, which is not something we necessarily want to encourage happening. So how do we control this land use with all these conditions and not set a precedent for lots of others who want to do similar kinds of things?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Laurel Pravetti, Assistant Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. The benefit of doing a tailored site-specific zoning like this is that it is unique only to this property. So this is a planned development zoning. All of the land use and development standards are very specific to all of the activities that the applicant is interested in pursuing on this area. As we mentioned several times in our staff report, this is not intended to set a precedent. So for those who are watching and maybe thinking this is an entry to do some other unique things in our industrial areas, this is not. What we're doing here is dealing with an existing situation that became out of compliance with its previous zoning. And so working with the applicant, we identified the full range of activities that they wanted to do, and we've created a very specific zoning to address those needs.
Okay. The traffic impact fee, Ray mentioned those. What is the arrangement on that?
Right. So some of the uses that are being contemplated for the site now do trigger the traffic impact fee, particularly the business office. So we are expecting that the applicant will follow through and activate this zoning by filing a planned development permit. At that time, they will identify the specific uses that they're interested in pursuing. If the business office is one of those uses, they will identify the square footage for that activity, and then we will levy the fee according to the fee resolution and the fee that's already in place.
Thank you. Councilmember Chu.
And thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank the staff as well as the Club Bowl of Sport for investing a huge amount of money in the District 4 and create a space for a lot of neighboring company to have celebrations and events like that. Myself, my office have also taken the advantage of having North San Jose Business Appreciation a lunch event at that place. So I'll be wholeheartedly support the motion.
Councilmember Constant.
I just wanted to chime in. I think it's the use here is really become a great hallmark for the city. There's a lot of great events that I've been at there, and Christine
didn't get mentioned earlier, so she's part of this, making it so successful too, as well as John and Ralph. I think we have a great asset there, and I think this is going to help continue what's become a good tradition for a number of nonprofits that like to have events there, a bunch of other celebrations. I really, well, you guys all know what I think on the sign code, and for goodness sake, this is a perfect place to have signs, because this is in the middle of an industrial area where we aren't going to be offending any neighbors with signs that are going to be, that they're going to see from their living rooms or their bedrooms or complaining about glare. I think, I just say this over and over again, I think our sign code is overly restrictive in a lot of areas. I think we've made some tremendous progress in the last few years, and I think that we have had some great successes. We know how lively Santana Row looks because we were able to create a sign zoning area just for them. I can tell you, if any of you haven't made it by Westgate since we made the modifications to our sign code and some modifications to our modifications to our modifications to get that project where it is, you will see that it has made an incredible difference over there. And I think that not only does it make a difference to the vitality of an area, but it really makes a difference to the businesses who operate there. So I just wanted to say from up here, I encourage this to be included in one of these modifications as we come forward. To me, this is one of those ones where it really is a no-brainer. I mean, if they were right across the street from, 1,000 residential units, maybe we would have to sit down and have a discussion on how we could do it. But I think this is clearly within the intent of what this council, I think, has expressed a number of times about signage in the right signage in the right places. And as Ray mentioned, they're not even, it doesn't appear they're looking to expand the size, but really to split it. And we were able to do that on Stevens Creek Auto Row, where we were able to change by the linear frontage of the dealerships so that those who had multiple name badges could have multiple signs. I think this is another area that's ripe for that. So since I made the motion, I won't add it into the motion except for a very strong encouragement that we should be working towards the next modification getting to address this issue, because I'm sure there's a number of buildings in this area, and I've driven around looking for businesses and haven't been able to find them because I think signage in this area is inadequate for the industrial parks that we have there. I think we should be looking to give our businesses the tools they need to succeed, and us folks who are out driving to find them the tools we need to find them.
Councilor LICCARDO.
Thanks, Mayor. I think Pete said pretty much everything I intended to say. I agree this is a great and unique asset in our city. I guess I had, we've been through so many sign code changes already. It feels a little bit like we're painting the Golden Gate Bridge. We're just going to keep changing the sign code. I had just assumed we had already gotten to industrial park and industrial. Is it the case we haven't touched it yet?
We've done a little bit of industrial. For example, we've allowed certain types of skyline signs and that sort of thing, but this is a monument sign, a detached sign, and I don't think we've touched this part of the code since we've really embarked on the sign code update. And I apologize that we keep bringing it in starts, but as we talk with our customers in the permit center, they identify additional items, and so we're really trying to meet those market demands similar to what you're hearing tonight. And so that's why we keep coming back.
Right. Well, I'd certainly encourage us to liberalize the code to the extent we can in IP and industrial areas. It just seems to me that there's very little downside and a lot of upside. Thanks.
We have a motion to approve, previously made. On the motion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None opposed, motion carries. We'll move now to item 6.1, agreement with IPS Group for smart meters parking. Jim Ortball.
Very briefly, Mayor, members of the council, Jim Ortball, Assistant Director of Transportation. The action in front of you today is for the purchase and installation of 1,200 smart parking meters in the core of our downtown, only in our downtown area. It's about 1,200 of about 2,600 meters we have on a citywide basis, and the focus, once again, is just on the purchase and installation. We're not recommending a rate increase today. That's not on the agenda. We will, in the budget process, bring back kind of the financial elements and any rate adjustments that may be necessary. But today is just for the purchase and installation of the meters.
Councilor Liccardo.
Thank you, Mayor. After some conversations with staff as well as the city attorney, I would like to make a motion that incorporates the memorandum of Councilmembers KALRA and Chu, as well as my own memorandum with one edit, and that is eliminating the words community parking district from the document and supplanting them with a funding mechanism, allowing staff to determine what, if any, funding mechanism would be appropriate, and allowing that to come back in the budget process for us to discuss both whether there's a rate increase, how much, and whether some funding mechanism might be created over the next year and a half. I would expect it would take before any new revenue is actually going to be available beyond whatever is required to pay for these smart meters. So that would be my motion.
We have a second somewhere?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion. I have a question about the community parking district. Obviously, we're thinking about the areas where we already have meters, but there are areas where we don't have meters. And I know that we've got restrictions with regard to some of the parking areas, but in areas we don't. And so, you know, the discussion has been, well, this might be a funding mechanism for urban villages for some of the infrastructure, and I certainly think that's part of what we have to look at. I'm specifically interested in the area around the SAP Center, our arena. In the long term, we're going to lose parking because we're going to develop the properties, and we need to figure out a funding mechanism to be able to put in a parking garage so we can keep the arena viable. And it seems to me that on-street parking and metered parking is one way to do that, possibly. So this idea of a community parking district or some kind of a district, a BID, a PBID, you know, we got a lot of different vehicles, is something I think we got to put into the discussion of the Deardon plan and the extension of the lease at the arena and things like that, because it's a potential funding mechanism. So I support the referral to staff to look at funding mechanisms. They may have more uses than just you know, trying to deal with the downtown or Japantown. Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. A question for staff. When I looked at the staff report, it appears that, at least initially, when you indicate the downtown core, that the contemplation, and I'm looking for the page that has the streets that's bounded by, but it would be as far north as St. James and as far south as San Salvador. Is that right?
That's correct,
I'm trying to remember from memory.
Yes, you have that correct.
Yeah, okay. And so, at least in this initial round, it's truly the core, and it doesn't, I don't believe, and how far west does it go? Is it 87?
Yeah, Highway 87, St. James in the north, 4th Street in the south, and then San Salvador in the south is our initial planned installation.
Good. And so there's still an opportunity to further discuss, as the mayor indicated, the area around the arena or Japantown. Those are areas that are outside the initial core that's contemplated that allow us a greater opportunity to discuss you know, any kinds of potential schemes or plans for financing that can help to, as Councilor LICCARDO alludes to in his memo, revitalize areas or to keep them, essentially keep the money where it's being generated, particularly if there's going to be a rate increase. And so, and early on, it really is truly just, it looks like a pretty tight section of the downtown core, which is, I think, appropriate in terms of certainly modernizing the meters for the core, particularly since we have the downtown business district within that core. And I thank Councilman LICCARDO for incorporating, directly incorporating into his memorandum, the memorandum that Councilman Chu and I filed. And I just want to make it clear that the memorandum that we put forward clearly asked staff to come back with alternatives to raising the parking meter rates, at least in the short term, just so that we know what our options are. There are certainly a lot of pluses and minuses to whether we should do it. There certainly may be a need, and I'm sure staff will further elaborate on the need to do that as part of the budget process if necessary. But I would certainly like to see what other alternatives there are than to raising the rates, even in the downtown core, although I certainly, I'm very aware that it's difficult to find parking in the downtown core in the evening when the meters aren't operating. In the daytime, there still seems to be availability of meters, and I just want to ensure that as we bring in this newer technology, that we're very thoughtful and cautious about raising rates at the same time that we bring in this convenience for our customers, or not even our customers, more importantly, the customers of the businesses in the downtown. And my hope is that with the new technology, not only does it create more efficiencies to bring in more revenue from the meters, but also on the customer side, but also on the parking enforcement side, where I know that the technology allows for you to very immediately know if there's a meter that may be that someone has expired or not put change into. So there may be more efficiency in issuing tickets, which I imagine will bring in more revenue as well. So rather than a presumption that we're going to raise rates, I would much rather have, and Councilor Chu and I would much rather have us have a conversation about it with all of the background that you will provide us in terms of the budget context. I think that we're certainly on board in terms of updating the technology. It's about time. I think it's certainly a convenience for the customers that are using the meters. I've certainly used smart meters in many other places around the country, and so I think it is the right time for us to do it. And I just hope that we'll have both savings as well as continued revenue from the meters that would offset a need to raise rates for operations.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jim, for bringing this forward. Obviously, this is the 10th largest city in the United States, and I think it's critical that we bring our parking meters up to par in terms of providing the right technology for people coming to downtown. I just had a couple questions about the process. So with this action, we didn't issue a competitive RFP. Is that correct?
That's correct, Council Member. We are piggybacking on a competitive process that the City of San Rafael used. They used very similar specifications and scope of RFP that we would have used. The product that they selected and awarded is very similar to the product that we piloted, and the award that you're contemplating today is for the latest smart meter technology that IPS offers.
Wonderful. Then I think that's, since we didn't do that, that's probably saved us a lot of money and a lot of time as well. And this was just, the City of San Rafael just did this back in June of 2013, right?
That's correct.
I just wanted to comment a little bit about the possible rate increase that staff is going to bring forward in the budget process. I absolutely agree with Councilmember KALRA. I think that if our goal is trying to entice and bring more people to downtown, I think the possibility of increasing the rate would probably discourage people from coming to downtown. I look forward to having that discussion when that time comes, but I think there's just a lot of issues that revolves around the fact that this council over the years talked about how we need to create a vibrant downtown. And I think that the solution in terms of incorporating the parking meters where we can use advanced technology for people to pay rather than dropping coins in these parking meters is a good one. But just the notions of asking people to pay more, especially double what they're paying right now, is just very discouraging. Personally, that's how I feel. So I look forward to having that discussion. I look forward to staff bringing back various funding mechanism and how we can actually fund the parking meters rather than looking at possibly increasing the rate. So thank you.
Yeah, but Vice Mayor, I truly appreciate that concern, and Councilmember KALRA as well. We haven't recommended a rate adjustment to our meters in over 11 years, and before that it was 11 years as well. So it's something we carefully consider. We're not recommending it today. We recognize that is a difficult issue to bring forward. Some of the things that we're considering and that we will bring forward fully to the council in the budget process, the capital costs to install them, the ongoing operating costs, and other needs in the parking system and the parking fund and other needs within the districts. The parking system itself has the responsibility for the debt related to the 4th and San Fernando garage, so keeping that fund in a position to be able to make those debt payments is an important issue. But those are all matters that will be discussed in the budget process, and we'll certainly bring back a full analysis and explanation with any type of rate adjustment that might be proposed.
Thank you, Jim.
Councilor KHAMIS.
I had a couple interesting questions, but they're technical related. So most of these new meters will allow you to pay with a credit card, obviously. Will they alert the user when his or her time is about to expire via, is there like an app for that sort of thing?
Yeah, so Councilmember KHAMIS, it creates that ability to do that, and we are in the process of developing that application and that installation. So we would anticipate by midsummer we would be able to be having that application available for customers with the smart meters. So that's something we definitely are moving towards. This installation really moves that quite a bit down the road, and we'll be in kind of full development on that and expect to have that application in a pilot program functioning in the summer for the smart meters.
That's good news. And I was also another technical question.
Sure.
When you're developing this app, will it give you, or please allow me to make a recommendation, if you will, to re-up your, I mean, let's say that you only bought 1 hour of time, it should be asking you, do you want to pay another $2 or whatever?
So the application, the kind of a mobile payment application, it will do a number of things for the customer. It'll enable them to pay by the mobile app. It can give them alerts when their meter is about to expire, gives them kind of a pre-warning. It'll enable them remotely to add time to the meter, so it has quite a bit of functionality and real convenience for the customer. On down the road after that, we would anticipate looking at applications that enable people, before they come downtown, where are the available smart meter locations as well. That's not something that we anticipate this summer, but I would expect, within the next year after that, that's something we would definitely have available at our smart meter system.
Yeah, thank you. That was actually my next question, and I'm very excited about it. I think I can't think of how many times that I looked for quarters underneath my seats and whatnot, just to find enough, and I'm excited to have it on, even if we have to pay a little. I don't know about doubling the fees, but that's a discussion for another day. But I think that it is about time, and I'm very excited about it. So thank you for your work.
You're welcome. Councilmember LICCARDO.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, first, a big thanks to Jim and everyone who's been pushing forward on this. I know we've been looking at smart meters for some time, and find the resources has always been a challenge, and I'm very grateful we're finally bringing these downtown. But, as we think about the cost, a lot of discussion about cost of parking, but the greatest cost and deterrent of parking in any downtown city is the hassle. It's really about the fact that it's hard to find the parking, it's hard to find quarters, it's the gotcha factor, because a parking attendant nails you with a ticket because you're 3 minutes late. Moving to smart meters eliminates the hassle, and that is the biggest cost issue that we're dealing with, is the perception of a hassle. And I'm really thrilled to be moving forward with these smart meters, because we're going to have a hassle-free downtown, and that is going to be a downtown that's very welcoming for business.
I think you've put that very well, Councilmember. I would add that these meters will be providing a grace period, so as soon as the time runs out, it doesn't immediately go to violation. So we're going to give that grace period, and that capability exists with these meters. So in addition to that, I would add that we have worked with the Downtown Parking Board extensively on this issue, and we will continue to do that, so they will be part of the stakeholder process. The Downtown Association as well has been a good partner in this, so we'll vet it with our stakeholders and board members as well before we bring back any additional items to the council during the budget process.
Jim, I appreciate that. Just, you know, the grace period is really important. I mean, we know we've got very efficient, effective parking meter attendants in this city. I would say if we gave them all guns and badges, we'd have the safest city in America, easily. These are folks who are on it all the time, and it is great just to give a little grace period for folks who miss it by a couple minutes. Thanks, Jim.
Councilmember Herrera.
Yeah, I just want to join my colleagues in saying I think downtown San Jose, we're the capital of Silicon Valley, this technology is really going to be useful. And again, to help people maximize their time. Time is worth a lot too, especially for all those folks who are trying to keep busy schedules and have to be many places at the same time. They don't want to be wasting their time. So I think that's going to be provide a really good value. And I'm very glad to hear that the Downtown Association, I see here, and other stakeholders are involved in this decision making. And I'm also glad to hear that my colleague suggested a process of looking at how we can pay for these other ideas. I mean, I think, you know, recognizing that we have to pay for it somehow, the general fund can't do it, and probably folks using the meters are going to have to bear some of it. I think it is good to take a look at how can we expand this and look at other creative ways to pay too. Thank you.
I have some requests to speak. We'll take the public testimony at this time. Scott Neese, Ross Signorino.
Good afternoon, Mayor Reed, members of the City Council, Scott Neese, San Jose Downtown Association. It's a pretty exciting move today, move into smart meters. I don't think the city is going to install another new meter in the city unless it's a smart meter. And as Vice Mayor Nguyen said, it's about time. The customer service that these meters are going to provide are exceptional. We're fully supportive of that. And I know you're not acting on the rate increase today. We made every attempt to decouple it from the action today, but the media would not allow us. That was all, you know, smart meters got buried underneath the rate increase. But I want you to know that we've talked through this in the downtown community. We see the value of investing in the smart meters. We know that we have to pay for it. We haven't raised it in 11 years. And I just remind you of we call it the OJ waiter syndrome just because they wear those smart dinner jackets and we know they work for OJs. But if we can price the on-street, the most coveted, most convenient spaces closer to the off-street spaces, maybe we'll free up those spaces for the customers more by adjusting the rates. So we'll be back with that. And finally, thank you for your support on the Community Parking District funding mechanism. However, you're nuancing that today. This is a way to generate funds to go back into the meter districts that are creating those funds in the first place. Thank you.
Ross Signorino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I came here to speak about the smart meters, not necessarily objecting to putting in smart meters. I think new technology is good. I came here to talk about the rate increase, what I heard on KLIV radio, and it said that it was going to go from $1 to $2. But since that's not an issue right now, that's okay. We won't even talk about that. But from $1 to $2, keep this in mind that I'm saying right now, that's a hell of a big increase, and I don't think you should do that. Now, we moved City Hall down here so we could bring more business here. I personally don't think that ever materialized. Then we had the supermarket over here, Lucky's. They were going to remodel their Lucky store, make it presentable, that more people would go in there. But they decided to move away because they felt the business was not down here. But that's the way it goes in this kind. You can't predict everything in exactness. But nonetheless, I urge you, be careful when you do raise the rates on this new parking meter system that you're putting in. Be reasonable, what people can afford. And don't drive people away from downtown just by raising the rate to some astronomical, unforgivable amount. So just be careful in that regard. Thank you.
I've got another card. Can't read the handwriting very well, so just come on down. It's either Carrie or Kathy. Come on. I'm sorry, I couldn't read your last name.
Hello, my name is Kathy Sakamoto. I'm the Executive Director of the Japantown Business Association. We haven't had really a chance to discuss anything, but Japantown has looked at smart meters, or the efforts that DOT has put towards smart meters in the past, and really think that, you know, having a grace period, for instance, is a wonderful, wonderful thing. We will be talking within our businesses. Nobody likes a rate increase, but I do really think the council and everybody involved that would think about putting money back into the districts that are generating the revenue. Thank you.
That concludes the public testimony. Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor. On this topic, I think for me, I'd rather have the funding decided before we do the spending and the commitment, because this is basically an underlying rate increase or some other money. It's going to come from somewhere, but I don't know where yet. So it seems, from this standpoint, a little premature. I do like the idea of the community parking districts because it's shared revenue of neighborhood business districts. However, I think it will also invite meters into areas that may not want them, i.e. the Alameda, Lincoln Avenue, et cetera. And so that's what I feel like, because then I think staff's going to feel like, well, they're sort of encouraging it. Maybe we should do that. And I'm not encouraging that right now. And the way the machines work, you're still going to need a person to collect money from the machines, because there's an option of traditional currency and credit card. So that doesn't eliminate someone having to go to the meters. And I know a lot of this is about the convenience of a credit card versus having money on you. But the reality is our downtown has on-street parking, and it has countless parking garages that you can all use a credit card. So I don't see the reason to spend on something that is not necessarily, I'm not hearing it, and I'm in, you know, as much as anyone else around. And so at this point in time, it just seems keeping it the way it is wouldn't cause any drastic issue, because people could still park wherever they wish with its coin on the street or credit card at a garage.
We have the motion on the floor. I think we're ready to vote. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? One opposed. That would be Councilmember Oliverio. Opposed. Motion carries. We'll now turn to wild pigs, item 8.1, extension of urgency ordinance and other actions. Councilmember KHAMIS.
Yeah, I wanted to make a motion to approve, and okay, and I
got
wanted
a second by Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Wonderful. Okay, just to give you a little background, about 5 months ago, this council thankfully passed an ordinance allowing residents to be able to hire licensed trappers to take care of and to get permission from the Fish and Wildlife Services to get rid of a big concern, at least in some of the southern districts, which is roaming wild pigs. So far, in the last 5 months, we've had numerous amounts of sightings of these boars, but we've had no real evidence of anything. So no pigs have been caught, disposed of, even though we've had several licensed trappers go out and try to apprehend these pigs. So just a little bit of background. The state considers these wild boars an invasive species. They destroy native plants, destroy habitats for native species. They're now listed as game, but we hope that and can be hunted without regard to season. But in the future, the Wildlife and Fish Services are looking at making them nuisance animals, and so that the restrictions on hunting them would be less. So yeah, I'm surprised we haven't been able to catch them. They're smart animals, so they will go where they will go where the water is, they will go where food is. So they with this current drought, they have actually are still roaming around. In fact, we've had sightings in a local park that was far away from the borderlines of the big park. So we've had a neighborhood park which is at least a quarter to a half a mile away from Quicksilver. We've had several complaints from my fellow council districts in District 2 and in District 8. They've actually their residents are actually calling me and our staff to complain about the wild pigs that they're seeing. True story. And so I'm just hoping that this recommendation here, it will provide the community to the opportunity to help deal with this for another year while we could study what the actual effect on the pigs are. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will support this, and in the staff discussion that we've had so far, that they haven't gotten any actual evidence that the program is hurting or working. So I'd like to give it another year to see what our staff comes back with, what our police comes back with, what our fish and wildlife departments come back with, so that we can make a more permanent decision in the future. So and the fact of the matter is, with the current drought, I think the pigs are going to remain a problem, and it may be an off-season problem, and the fact that they breed a lot faster than most animals will also exacerbate that problem. So again, I'm not asking for, this program requires licensed, educated trappers. They're not going to be allowed to roam around with guns. They're not allowed, the Fish and Wildlife doesn't give permits for people who want to trap, to place the trap next to any other residence. Again, so these are some of the concerns, and if anybody has questions about this, I'm here to answer. But I mean, the problem did not go away. It just, the one anecdotal evidence that we've had, we actually had several traps out at the Almaden Country Club and a few other residents. We've actually caught just one skunk. I think they're on to us, but we've had in one of my community meetings, one lady said that, thank God you're doing something about it, because one of them, she actually lives next to Silver Creek, and she left her backyard door open, and she found a pig in her kitchen rifling through her garbage. So they're a major nuisance, and can you imagine having a 300-pound animal roaming around in your kitchen, and then maybe knocking down your children or something else, trying to escape. So in any case, they are a nuisance. I know that this is some people might think it's a laughable matter, and in some cases it is. But they do propose a danger. It's to our residents, to our parks, and even some of the wildlife associations that we've talked to in the areas have supported us in the past, and written letters that all of you guys have from the Sierra Club and from the Audubon Society. So again, I'm just asking for all of you to give it another year. I don't think the job is done, and I don't think we have enough information to make any permanent decisions. So I'm asking for another year. That's all. Thank you.
Staff, what is the protocol if you come home and find a wild pig in your kitchen? I mean, who do you call? Or
back away quietly.
Okay, back away quietly. Yeah. It's better not to tangle with them, right?
That's right.
Hope they go out the way they came in.
Yeah, in fact, that's the most dangerous situation for feral pigs, is when they're trapped and don't have a way out, they're going to go through you.
So for the lady who found it, hope that pig never comes back.
Yeah,
but,
of course, the solution there is keep the back door closed.
That would be step number one.
Yeah.
So we have a motion to approve. I think there's some findings and things that we need to do, City Attorney.
If I can remind the council, this is an urgency ordinance that's proposed. It requires at least 8 votes. and findings as to the urgent need for primarily health and safety concerns. The memo of the ordinance that was adopted a few months back had proposed findings. What we propose, and I just want to read it into the record because it's very similar to the original findings. And let me read this, and I would ask the maker of the motion if this serves his concerns, and that is there have been recent reports from residents in Almaden Valley and residents near Metcalf Park that due to the drought conditions, feral or wild pigs continue to rove through the neighborhoods to forage for food and water. In rooting for food, these pigs cause extensive property damage to residential properties. Such wild pigs have tusks, can travel in herds, are known carriers of diseases. Their continued presence in the residential neighborhoods is a menace and could lead to confrontations that endanger the health and safety of the residents. And that would be the finding that would, or findings that would support the motion.
Including that in the motion, Councilmember KHAMIS?
Absolutely.
Okay. Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess given the fact that there really isn't any evidence of this urgency ordinance being used, I don't know how urgent it is, if you know. But I do know that the fluctuating nature of the wild pigs, and every call we get, we just forward it to District 10's office so they can. Just kidding. No, we get calls too, and we're trying our best to resolve issues in South San Jose. And I think because of the drought, you are seeing kind of a little bit further migration northward because they're just looking for food. As other animals are as well. And I somewhat tongue-in-cheek saying it hasn't really been used much, but I guess I just question whether allowing a further extension for another year just to study it more is the appropriate use of an urgency ordinance, because then it seems as if there's really not a definite sense of whether there's an urgent need or not. You know, because the urgency ordinance is just as it sounds, it's something that is needed for a particular purpose or reason, as Rick outlined in the language, most of which is correct, that there are these feral or wild pigs that are wandering around the neighborhoods foraging for food. And really the main issue is property damage, both to public property as well as private property, whether it's lawns or grass that we have out in our parks that we have to spend a lot of money to replace or put fencing around, which we've done in my district at some of the parks in order to protect, a city asset, essentially a city property. And my question comes back to what I had asked about the first time around, which is those that would be allowed to conduct or use firearms in the community. And the questioning that the line of questioning last time flushed out what it meant by being a licensed trapper and having a wild pig depredation permit. And looking at the language here on page 3 of this ordinance, it pretty clearly states that they have to be approved by the Department of Fish and Wildlife and pursuant to the California Fish and Game Code. My recollection, again, this is just by memory last time this came around, was that it's not an exhaustive process in order to get that license. Is that, and so this urgency ordinance allows anyone that has that type of permit, but it still would require them to actually physically trap the pig before they discharge a firearm. Is that accurate?
Councilmember John Ciccarelli, Deputy Director, Animal Care and Services. The ordinance itself says the pig actually has to be in the trap when it is shot. And the license under the State Fish and Game or Fish and Wildlife is a trapper license actually for fur-bearing animals. There's no trapper license for pigs per se. You don't have to have one under the state code, but our ordinance would require that you'd have to have this fur-bearing license. And the way to get that license is you take a written exam that the state provides so that you can demonstrate you have a familiarity with the laws around trapping, how often traps must be checked, how often animals must be removed, and so on, and what your limits are. So typically that's not required to get pigs, but we're saying in this ordinance that it would be. So at least there's some familiarity with the state codes before
a person can proceed to do this.
And then the wild pig depredation permit, that's also issued by the Department of Fish and Wildlife?
That's correct.
And is that just also a written test, or is there some sense that someone has competence in discharging a firearm?
There's no test to get a permit. A private resident could get a depredation permit for any kind of wild animal. It could be deer, eating the bushes. It could be any kind of animal. So a depredation permit is based on an analysis of the situation and whether or not the animal is either presenting a physical safety threat or health threat or property damage. And then if the fish and wildlife biologist concludes that one of those or any of those are in occurrence, then they can issue a depredation permit, which allows that individual then to go about either trapping or hunting or killing animals that are causing damage or threats.
So then a person that would qualify under this urgency ordinance would have to have a depredation permit indicating, and I imagine based upon council action, that this could be used in part by someone to indicate there's a need to have a depredation permit, and then also do that written test to be a trapper. Is there anything else, as far as you know, that would be required of someone that would want to exercise their ability to discharge a firearm under this urgency ordinance?
None, except that there is a limitation, as I indicated earlier, that the pigs have to be in the trap, so that you couldn't just be on property shooting at pigs. They're going to have to be confined to the trap.
Yeah, no, that's definitely, I think, a necessary requirement. We don't want people just chasing pigs around in neighborhoods and discharging their firearms.
Right.
Is there any limitation as to what property that the pig would have to? Does it have to be is this just on public property or on individual's private property?
Well, our ordinance doesn't make those limitations, but Fish and Game, I spoke with the wardens who issue these permits. They have an internal rule that they don't allow for the discharge of firearms to kill pigs within 150 yards, of an occupied dwelling. That being said, they can make exceptions to that rule, but that's their general rule. So, for example, at the country club, in fact, if you look at it from an aerial view, there probably aren't very many spots at the country club where you could be 150 yards away from a residence. So they've probably made some exceptions for that. But you're unlikely, I think, to see private residents on relatively small lots getting granted these permits by Fish and Game. I don't think that they're probably going to do that.
Okay, and so we're more likely to see someone that may be an employee of the country club that has the appropriate permits, or someone that may have a larger plot of land, or maybe would this potentially allow for county employees on a large swath of county land to have the capacity to work under this ordinance?
Well, under this ordinance, because we also require, the city of San Jose also requires that trapper's license, it limits the pool of people who would even be allowed to do it to a very small, usually people that do this for profit or as a business. So it's a very small group of people that would even be allowed to do this.
And that would likely have some experience in doing it since it's such a small pool.
Certainly that would be the presumption, yes.
Well, given that limitation, I'll support this, but I really am interested in us before next season, rainy season in particular, having a comprehensive plan and working with the county so that we can figure out a long-term plan. And frankly, just by nature of the open space that we have in the southern part of our city, which everyone enjoys, you're going to have issues with wildlife, and that comes, so to speak, with the territory of having that beautiful open space. And so I don't assume that we're ever going to lose that conflict between wildlife and residences and city property. That's always going to be there, but I want to at least have some sense that we have a plan going forward that is beyond having to, beyond what we're issuing here in this urgency ordinance. There's a broader plan, and I know it's very frustrating for city staff to have to deal with this, as frustrating as it is for the residents, because it is a challenging issue. And so I look forward to working with Councilmember KHAMIS and coming up with a long-term plan into the next season so that we can start to get some control of this issue without having to react, just play the reaction role. We can actually be a little proactive and figure out, with help from getting some expertise from wildlife experts as to how we can control movement and put in barriers in certain places so that we can keep the pigs out of neighborhoods, out of city parks, but we also don't have to resort, to have trapping and shooting and all that. If we can avoid that, I'd certainly prefer it. Thank you.
Councilmember Herrera?
Thank you. Well, last time this came up, I voted no on it, and I was inclined to vote no today too. But I did vote yes on us being allowed on having technical folks. I think police officers. I don't remember who ended up doing it at the airport to prevent bird strikes from affecting airplanes and bringing down an airplane. And I thought that was really critical that we allow birds to be killed at that point if it meant airliner versus birds. And I was very comfortable with that too, because we were not just allowing anyone to go out there and do it, but very specific people. And this council took a while deliberating that. It wasn't an automatic thing. It was a lot of thought. I don't even recall if it was an urgency ordinance or not, but it was. It certainly was a lot of thoughtful deliberation when we did it. I'm much more persuaded today to say yes to this, because it appears that similarly to the airport, there's only going to be a very few folks being able to do this. I'd feel a lot better if we could actually prescribe that it's, who those folks are, instead of sort of opening it up. So if somebody had these licenses that you just mentioned and they already had them, how long can they have them? Could they have them for years? Do they have to be, would we check them? Would they have to come back, and how would we know that they were in good standing?
The only way to know for sure would be to inquire about specific individuals with Fish and Wildlife. Since they maintain the permit system, they issue those licenses. Usually hunting and trapping licenses have to be renewed annually, but the state does have licenses that you can buy, sort of like forever stamps. You pay a much higher fee 1 year and you get it for your lifetime. So there may be people who are just independent trappers who have a license who would do this, but it would be unusual only because the investment in these cages is pretty significant. These are not small cages because these are big animals. So it's a pretty limited group of people that can be accessed to be able to even provide this service.
Well, when it comes back, and I'm still pondering this thing, I want more details filled in. I'd like to hear from Fish and Game. I would like to hear from our police department, who had a lot of concerns about this last time that we talked about this. They had concerns about what we were doing. And also the fact, again, that this is an urgency ordinance, but how many pigs have we had to dispose of since this emergency came? How many have we? How many? 0? So, it begs the question of whether it's an urgency ordinance. But, and I think the ones that were called about District 8, we sent them over to District 10. I'm kidding. Okay, so, I'm comfortable with the country club doing this. I'm comfortable with experts, and we've researched a bit, and there really is consensus that these feral pigs are a real problem, and that they are not a natural species. They're an invasive species. So there's mounting evidence here that would move me more towards this direction. But I still have a lot of concerns, and I'd like to see this come back much more fully baked and with a lot more information from the stakeholders I've mentioned as we move forward.
Councilor KHAMIS.
Yeah, I want to thank my colleagues for their considerations, and just to note that it's only an urgency memo because it's running out of time, and our residents want some kind of solution, and this is a stopgap measure. As I'd love to see a fully baked idea as well, but at a minimum, it'll give our residents the ability to do something, call an expert, and get something handled if they are having that problem, and that's the reason why it's an urgency memo, and not a regular memo. It's expiring, and that's the main reason. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion to approve the urgency ordinance, including the findings. Councilmember Herrera.
The gun. What kind of weapons will be allowed to be used on this? There is a limit, I understand.
Well, Fish and Wildlife dictates that as part of issuing the depredation permit. But if you are a licensed trapper or hunter, you'll know the proper gauges. But our ordinance does not dictate what gauge bullet or gun you're going to use. Fish and Game, though, dictates methods. And the only method they allow is by using a shotgun.
Oh, so it is a shotgun?
Typically, I should say a firearm. It doesn't have to be a shotgun.
I'm concerned because what if it's a high-powered rifle? I mean, what if it's something where if the bullet misses, it could go into somebody else's yard or something?
Right.
I guess you're saying it wouldn't be in a yard, but I am
Well-
concerned about that. That's another thing I'd like us to weigh in on in terms of the ordinance in conjunction with our police department.
I think that's part of the consideration that Fish and Wildlife looks at when the application is made for the permit to do this. And they look at proximity to occupied dwellings and what that risk may or may not be. But, you know, small little baby pigs can be dispatched with a handgun. You don't have to shoot them with a high-powered rifle, but a full-size boar, you're going to have to use a high-powered rifle. So it will vary depending on what's actually in the trap.
But you're saying this will be a specific location. So when they give this license to go and dispose of the pig, they're giving it in a specific location. The person can't just go anywhere and take a trap and shoot a pig anywhere.
That's
it's
correct.
a specific location.
Yeah, that's the depredation permit, and it has and they can modify that however they want. So, for instance, if the city had a general concern, we could speak to Fish and Wildlife and say, well, we're a little worried about this. Can you tighten up this piece of it or that piece of it or push it over there a little bit? So they can modify those permits as well to make sure that everybody involved is comfortable or that the public safety is foremost.
I have one request to speak. Tim Kroll.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Gall. Many of you have received emails from me about the wild pigs. I've sent subject matter expert information from Texas A&M University to most of your emails, and I am a licensed trapper by the state. That's one of the reasons I wanted to come forward and to help answer some of your questions. There's approximately 200 of us in the state of California based on the 2012 information. I've been doing it for the last 3 years. I kind of lucked into it. I used to do it for free, and then once I started charging, based on state law, you have to have the trapping fur-bearing license in order to charge to make it into a business, and that's what I've done. I have 20 years law enforcement experience. As far as the firearms that I choose to use as a professional, I use frangible ammo, meaning as soon as it hits something hard, it fractures into dust or very small particles. Safety would be anybody's first concern if you would allow this ordinance to continue. If it's not, they shouldn't be in the business. Do you have any questions for me?
Well, let's see. No questions. Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
All right, we do have a motion to approve with the findings. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? I count one opposed. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. All of us are here, so it's a 10-1 vote. We needed 8 votes for this particular matter to carry, so the matter is approved with the appropriate affirmative votes of 2/3 or more. Item 5.1, last item of business, the bonded funded softball facility update. We'll let staff come down. It'll be a staff presentation. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Julie Edmonds-Mattes, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. We're here to talk to you today about the site selection for the last bond project. Quality Park System creates a livable city for the residents of San Jose, and a bond program is really a key tool for the department in order to deliver quality facilities and ultimately services out of those facilities. We're here today to provide you with an update on the selection site for the final recreation facility in a Measure P bond program. We'll also briefly summarize the site selection process, and then we'll update the Mayor and Council on the Parks and Recreation's discussions with Santa Clara County regarding the fairground site. Finally, we'll conclude by seeking direction on next steps. We just wanted to begin by talking about the actual language that the voters overwhelmingly approved for Measure P. The bond program, which was $228 million in total, allowed us to create a number of recreational opportunities for families, seniors, and youth within our community. And the one remaining element that we have to work on is the construction of new recreation sports facilities. As you'll notice in the language, it's very broad in terms of new recreational sports facilities, but as we've been in the planning cycles, we've talked to the community about both a sports complex for soccer and for softball. As you know, we'll be putting in the soccer complex at Coleman, and now we're working on softball. And for now, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Director Matt Kano to talk a little more about the program in general.
Thank you, Julie. The slide above is the same slide we showed to the Mayor and City Council in November, a brief summary of our bond program to date. The $228 million bond funded approximately 95 total projects, 93 of which are completed. Many of those 69 neighborhood parks, many community center rehabs and complete rebuilds, trails, and some sports projects. Happy Hall Park and Zoo was the largest project. And we also, that renovation was completed a few years back, and we've also renovated a number and rebuilt a number of community centers such as Roosevelt and Camden and Almaden Community Center, to name a few. The soccer complex was approved for a design build contract a year and a half ago by the Mayor and City Council, and that's moving forward at Coleman. That's 4 artificial turf lighted soccer fields. And then we finally have to, we are working on selecting the final site for the softball complex, and that's the recommendations in front of you today. Over the past 13 years, we've been looking for the best site for this softball complex. Pretty much every vacant land parcel in the city has been looked at one point or another. Unfortunately, we never had sufficient funding in the budget to purchase land for a site or to pay lease cost for land for a site. We've always been looking at sites that the city already owns or can get through a partnerships free of charge. And again, nearly every vacant parcel is being looked at some point. Back in December 2012, the City Council approved an exclusive due diligence agreement with Hopkins and Big League Dreams for us to take a look at the Singleton landfill as a combo retail and sports complex sites. The City Council also directed us to take a look at 6 sites in total, which are shown on the map on the slide, which are Alviso, Arcadia, Singleton, Shady Oaks, Columbus, and the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. The intent was to make sure that we increase the city's diamonds for softball play and baseball play and provide a facility that can accommodate tournament play and also provide economically sustainable facilities to serve the softball and baseball community. The criteria that we used, we worked with the Parks and Recreation Commission and the Neighborhood Services and Education Commission are listed here: location, ownership, financial sustainability, economic development, and the constructability of each location. The key findings from that analysis were presented to the Mayor and City Council in November of 2013, and I've reviewed really quickly on this slide as well. We took a look at Alviso, but we're recommending not moving forward with that as the site because we can only fit 2 fields total, with one of them being new. In addition, it was very close to Twin Creeks. We looked at the Arcadia site as the best opportunity to move forward with multiple fields in one location. In our last recommendation to council, we had looked at 3 to 4 fields. This time we are pursuing 4 fields as our recommendation. Columbus Park, which is in the Guadalupe River Park, has 2 existing fields, and those would just be rehabbed if that was a selection, so we're not recommending that as either. The fairgrounds we reported last time to the City Council had a lot of uncertainties with the site acquisition costs and timelines. However, it is a large site, so multiple fields would be possible. The Shady Oak site has very significant community opposition, and we were not recommending moving forward at that site. And the Singleton site, the analysis that Big League Dreams did showed that it would cost us about $15 million just to prep the site for softball field construction even before we built the softball fields. So because of that, we're not currently engaged in discussions with Big League Dreams on that site. And then we're not recommending moving forward with Singleton because of the costs aren't within our budget. Back in November 2013, we did recommend the Singleton site as the preferred staff and recommended staff location for the, thank you, Julie. The Arcadia site for the recommendation for the bond-funded softball facility. The Arcadia site is immediately south of Eastridge Mall. Eastridge Mall is on the top of the screen, and the Arcadia site is the empty parcel on the bottom The arrow is pointing to the north edge of the site where the softball complex would go. We're looking at a approximately 14.5-acre site to fit 4 fields. Previously in our report to the City Council, we were looking at 12.5 acres for 3 fields, but now we're working with the developer on 14.5 acres for 4 fields at that site, and they'd be lighted, adult-size fields. The City Council direction on November 5th, 2013 was to continue to explore the possibility of placing the fields at the county fairgrounds and to report back within 90 days. We are requested to ask the county the following questions, which are on the slide, which are what would be the term of a lease, any property control, the price of a lease, and any financial contribution from the county. Since that time, we've had several discussions and some meetings with the county staff. Staff has been great to work with, and we attachment B in the staff report today is something that, after meeting with county staff and mentioning some possible parameters around to answer some parameters that we provided to county staff that would answer the questions that we were asked to ask them by the City Council. We provided county staff draft terms that were not intended as a firm negotiation, but they're really intended to just start a conversation around what would be the term of a lease, what would be the price of a lease, and we drafted those terms to be very similar to the existing lease between the city and the county at the Shady Oak site, which is in South San Jose. Again, those were intended as a conversation starter. On January 14th, the County Board of Supervisors heard a report from the county staff on this project, and the recommendations from the County Board of Supervisors are summarized on this slide. The County Board of Supervisors directed their staff to include open space and recreation as a guiding principle in their master planning process for the fairgrounds. Mentioned to county staff that providing answers to the city's direct questions was pending further planning efforts for the fairgrounds, and that the county would be open to receiving further proposals from the city. Based on those discussions, we appreciate the county's offer to receive further proposals from the city, but we do feel that because of the stage that they are in their master planning process, that there's no near-term timeline to make a decision on placing softball fields at the fairgrounds. So we are recommending to continue to move forward with the Arcadia site as a preferred location with a minimum of 4 adult-sized lighted softball fields, and we would return to the mayor and city council within 4 to 6 months with a negotiated agreement with the developer as well as CEQA and environmental clearance for the Arcadia site if we receive approval on our recommendation today. And then we would also return to the mayor and city council in late 2014 with the recommendations on the use of any remaining park bond funds that could remain once we scope out the Arcadia site and how we could possibly use those on other projects if there's anything remaining. This last slide is a layout. It's the same layout, conceptual layout of how 4 fields would fit at the Arcadia site. This was shared with the mayor and city council in the November hearing as well. I did want to address one question that was raised in Councilmember Rocha's memorandum for today's meeting. It was requested about the changes that we made to the outcome section in the City Council memo. In the November meeting, we mentioned in the City Council memo in the outcome that the field would be large enough for adult all phases of softball, adult through youth, as well as youth baseball. However, there were questions from the City Council at the November meeting asking for clarification to ensure that youth baseball would be permitted on the site. And so I took that feedback and modified the outcome section of the report that you have in front of you today to be much clearer that youth baseball would be allowed on this site as well, and it would be designed for youth baseball as well as all phases of adult and youth softball. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Before we get into the questions, I'd like to get a motion on the floor. Councilmember Herrera.
Yes, thank you. At this time, I would like to move my memo signed by Mayor Reed and Councilmember LICCARDO to accept staff's report, approve staff's recommendation to pursue negotiation with the owners of the Arcadia site for the development of a bond-funded facility with a minimum of 4 adult lighted fields, and also to highlight in staff's recommendation to come back in late 2014 with recommendations on how to allocate any of the remaining reserves in the park and recreation bond funds for a softball facility.
All right, we have a motion. I'd like to take the public testimony so that everybody gets a chance to speak. Got quite a few people who want to speak. We'll get everybody in. Please come on down when I call your name. Jerry Soriano. We got room down close to the front, so when I call your name, just come on down. You can sit or stand. After Mr. Soriano, we'll have Patrick Piazzo and Jürgen Menge.
Mayor Reed, council members, I'm here to support the Arcadia project. I put 40 years of my life into children's lives involving ballparks and fields. So there's a lot of things associated with this. There's a sense of fair play. There's a sense of hard work. There's a sense of interplay with your team members. This is what the facility represents to me. It's a beautiful site. My only real homework, other than 40 years of the hard work that I put into Eastridge Little League, is that after I took a look at the fairgrounds, there's nothing appealing about that place. This place is beautiful. I commend the staff for doing a good job. They did a darn good job. And yet we're, okay, 90 days again. Look, the only thing that I really like about being involved with this is that there's beauty in it, okay? And we hope that the children and the adults get to share that beauty for a long time. Please consider this. And remember, it's not just people on the east side that I'm talking about. It's everybody in Santa Clara County who would be able to use this field. Thank you.
Patrick Piazzo, Jürgen Menge, Robert Sandoval.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Pizzo, District 10. For over 12 years, I have been promoting the city to honor the promise of Measure P of a 6 to 8 field softball complex. My home base has been the general election of November 7, 2000 sample ballot, which I hold in my hand. In the process, however, there have been many spitballs and inside fast pitches made for things other than the promise of the ballot. Let me read a portion from the city attorney's impartial analysis of Measure P. The city council has approved a proposal to focus expenditures of bond proceeds on the construction of new softball and soccer complexes. Now that language has been modified to a ball field facility rather than a softball facility, ask any softball player and they will comment, are they now going to put a pitcher's mound on all fields, thus eliminating the use of softball? Will the outfield fences still be 300 feet with a 20-foot fence for adult softball? I've had that question answered already. It will. I fully agree with Councilman Rocha's concerns expressed in his February 4th memorandum to his fellow council members. This is looking a lot like a neighborhood amenity than the promise of a citywide accessible softball complex. Thank you.
Robert Sandoval, Michael Van Avery, Gracie Ramos.
Honorable Mayor Chuck Reed, Vice Mayor Madison Nguyen, council members. My name is Robert Sandoval. The Arcadia site is the ideal location with ease to access near a major expressway, Capital Expressway, enough donated land that can accommodate 4 full-size adult or Little League baseball fields with no cost to the city on the land purchase. Near commercial activities, the site is located across the street from Eastridge Mall and away from existing residential homes. This site will be accessible by automobile, bicyclists, pedestrians, and will be located very near the newly constructed VTA Eastridge Transit Center and future light rail line. Our community has always wanted baseball playing fields for our children and also for our young adults. It's a mission, a benefit for our business families. This will keep our young people off the streets, create a better quality of life for our communities. Please consider Arcadia as the best shovel-ready, bond-funded softball facility site. Sincerely, Robert Sandoval. And it'll be open to the whole city of San Jose.
Michael Van Avery, Robert, Jurgen Menge, Gracie Ramos.
Mayor, Council, Michael Van Avery, resident, San Jose, California, Evergreen resident, and also part of the largest Little League in San Jose, the Evergreen Little League. Evergreen time and again has proven to have a lot of great open space for its residents and for the community. This really is a regional facility. This will, service not just Evergreen residents, but everyone. So you guys sent this to the county. Now it's back. Vote it in. It's pretty simple. The money's there. It's funded. You've got the mayor behind it. You've got the council representative behind it. Let's move it forward. These projects take years to build. We have a developer who's dedicating the land. That means infrastructure. That means all of the amenities that will be inside of this, there will be a tremendous amount of cost savings. I have actually renewed faith in our Parks Department, Matt Cano and others working hard there to make this thing a reality. So let's get, you want me back on other business items. You don't want me here as your resident items. You want me on your business items. So send me back here with a business item, but send me home to tell my wife and my children that this is going to happen so I can tell everybody in Evergreen and we can play ball. Thank you.
Jurgen Menge, Gracie Ramos, Nicole Adreos.
Mr. Mayor, dear council, I'm Jürgen Menge. I live in Evergreen and I favor this project for a few reasons. The last time I believe the project was rejected because it only would house it would not house 6, but only 4 of those fields. Well, then I have something else to think about it. What happens when you're actually on a game and let us say the game is over? What are you going to do? Well, go to the traffic jam and eventually you arrive home. Here in Evergreen, you have the following advantages. Number one, there's the Eastridge Mall. So you can go to shops, to stores. You can go to the restaurants right there. The location is very close to the 101. You just hop on the expressway and here you are. Then you have also the major transit hub in the Eastridge Mall, and eventually even a light rail, perhaps in my lifetime, who knows. And, by the way, what if you would like to go to Lake Tahoe? Well, here's the airport, just in the close vicinity. You hop to an airplane, and in less than an hour, you are in Lake Tahoe. Yoo-hoo. Perhaps you can also go back, but at least with the airplane, you are not bound to any kind of snowfalls and whatnot, which keep you stuck on a freeway. And not to forget the view. You have a perfect view to the East Hills of San Jose. So isn't it all? Location, location, location. Thank you so much.
Gracie Ramos, Nicole Adreos, Christian Lopez.
Good afternoon, everyone, and hello. My name is Gracie Garcia Ramos. I'm a resident of Meadow Fair for over 40 years, and I have been volunteering in a few projects for the Arcadia within the past 20 years. We want something to be built there. We don't want an empty space. I've been working, and we've had to have a residential area. It didn't get built. We had a business area, didn't get built. We want something there. We have critters there and everything else in the field, and we live nearby it, so we have infestations. We need something there, anything, camping house, whatever, but we need baseball fields. So we have had other things promised, and nothing has gotten done. So I'd like to request that, yes, please build something there, and we need something. We have already homeless there that are living. We have other things that are growing there. And with the money that the bond has and stuff, if there's any extra, we really need a community center. And I know our councilwoman knows that. So that's on another agenda. But yes, please build something there. And I thank you for your time and efforts and space on that. And if it goes to 2 to 4 months. 4 months. We like to play on it by June, if that's possible. Thank you.
Nicola Dres, Christian Lopez, Mario Lopez.
Thank you, Council, for hearing us for the third time in support of Arcadia. We all know the benefits of this citywide project, the regional benefits, the state benefits, national, intergalactic benefits of this project. Please, leaders, be on the right side of history today and approve this project. Let it proceed. Thank you.
Christian Lopez, Mario Lopez, Marissa Simon.
I am supporting the baseball fields for Arcadia property. I am a member of Meadow Fair Association, and if you pick Arcadia, this will be a great thing for me and my friends. I don't want to continue playing baseball in a dead end or street. Please do the right decision and pick Arcadia.
Mario Lopez, Marissa Simon, Joe Miranda. Come on, that's fine.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Marissa Simon, and I'm with Evergreen Little League. Also, we do competitive softball I'm a part of. I also do softball for high school, and I'm a little bit nervous. Anyhow, the Arcadia project is a huge thing for the city of San Jose. We travel competitively for softball all over the country. This particular field will benefit our city financially so much. This site, we have different sites along that area that have other softball fields where we can have national tournaments. The area, the hotels where we travel all over the country, it's a perfect area. Families are gonna love it. Hotels, when we travel all over the country, is in a place just like Arcadia. I hope you guys see the greatness of this and what the city of San Jose can come into and how much money financially we can make as well. Thank you.
Maria Lopez, Joe Miranda, John Trejo.
Good evening, council member and mayor. My name is Maria Lopez, and I live in Meadow Fair area for 37 years. And this is just not a good thing for our neighborhood. This is something that means a lot for us. We have a lot of kids and youths, they don't have a place to play sport. When we hear about this bond, we said, oh, we gotta go for this. We've been here 3 times already, asking you for your decision. For us, it's critical. For you gentlemen, it's probably just a decision you have to take. Please think about it. Living in that area is beautiful because I've been a resident, like I said, for 37 years. I love the area, I love my neighborhood, and this is gonna be part, not only the Meadow Fair, it's gonna be part of the whole city of San Jose. Thank you very much.
Joe Miranda, John Trejo, Dion Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Miranda. I grew up in Meadow Fair, 27 years, born and raised. I'm not going to come out here and say that it's a good business decision. It's you know, all this. I'm not going to say that. The reason I want these baseball fields built is for the kids. I mean, the kids come out of Leyva. Growing up, I went to Leyva. If we came out and we wanted to, you know, drink, we wanted to go, you know, use pot. If there was going to be a fight, where would we go? We call it the field. You guys call it Arcadia. We call it the field. We would always go to the field. Why? Nobody could see what we do out there. It's just a big open field. All the houses are there, fenced off. Nobody could see what we did. So I've never heard anything good about the field. Every summer, what is there? There's a fire. You see a big black smoke coming out of it. Baseball fields would be perfect for our neighborhood. They'd be perfect in that area. Kids can go and play. We don't have to go, or the kids don't have to go play in the street, hit a fly ball up in the air, and guess what happens? Somebody's car gets hit. I did it when I was a kid. I'd do a pop-up and somebody's window got smashed. What did I do? Ran inside. I'm probably one of the people that came up here to talk about it. I probably smashed one of their windows. But it's perfect for all the kids. Perfect for the kids, even for the adults. I still play sports, so I would love to have it out there. And, you know, I ask you guys to approve this. Thank you.
Joe Miranda, John Trejo, Dion Rodriguez, Bob Dylan.
Mayor, council members, thanks for having me. My name is John, and I am the president of East Valley Softball League. I'm nearly 46 years old, and I've been a resident of the Evergreen area my whole life. I've grown up, I'm old enough to know that there was plenty of open space, plenty of orchards and all that good stuff that I enjoyed as a kid, running through them, riding my bike, all that. Now we're in what they call Generation X. I call it Generation X box. I'd like to get these kids, my whole point in being president and being involved with sports is just to get them out there, to give them someplace good to go, and not just good to go, but to be proud of. I've played baseball and I've participated in softball for a number of years, all throughout the state, and one thing's for certain, the site is great. As some people have spoken about, the mall, the proximity to freeways and mass transportation, it's all there for us. But I'm not just coming, to me, this is not a or thing. This is not or Arcadia or the fairgrounds. This could be an and thing. We can build this now and still work on the master plan, still work on building whatever it is, more softball fields, whatever fields it can be that will produce, finer children out there and people in general. I just wanted to hope you guys can see the mass vision that you guys have right now, and I'm glad to be part of it. Hopefully you guys vote on it, and I wanted to say thank you to the city for proposing this too. Thank you guys.
Dion Rodriguez, Bob Dylan, Evangeline, and I can't read the last name, sorry.
Wow. Mayor and council members, thank you for this opportunity to be here to speak on behalf of Evergreen Little League and the many parents and residents in Evergreen. A lot of great things were said today, and I came prepared, but after hearing everyone, I started rambling on with just what could possibly go in our direction, which is build a field for our kids, for our next generations, for the people. I think that this is a great opportunity for the city of San Jose to put a stake in the ground and set a strong presence, and not by building the field, by maybe building it green, solar panels. Sky's the limit for us, right? With the resources that we have, the opportunities that we're giving the players, and parents and coaches. And I think it's a great win for all of us. I've been coaching for Evergreen Little League for a little over 5 years. And I have a daughter that plays for the high school, that she played for Evergreen Little League, and then I have a little one as well. I call her my little minion. As a coach, what I enjoy is the veterans that return, of course, and the new players. I enjoy seeing their progress. I enjoy seeing them come in to a sport that they think they want to play, not knowing how to play. As a coach and the coaches, it's our responsibility to teach our kids and the kids that are participating in the sport the basic mechanics, and hopefully build a passion in them to want to play and to continue playing. I've seen the plans. I couldn't read the 157 pages that are out there on this, but it looks like an awesome opportunity for us, to do something. I think it's the prime real estate for this build. I think that if we go forward with it, everyone spoke on the roadways, not the Caltrain, but the light rail that's going to go through there. It's like the hub for us of San Jose.
Sorry, your time is up.
Anyways, thank you.
Evangeline, Bob Dylan, Jesse Singh, Bikram Singh.
My city leaders, yes, the last name is Sangalang. I am Evangeline Sangalang. I am Asian American, the predominant demographics of our city, and I come here to make an appeal for a very good business sense. I believe that we could urge our city leaders to move forward on the project. It is low cost and high yield. We could not argue about, and the rest of our colleagues in the city have already presented the yield that is tremendous. If you see the correlation between having a ballpark and good, healthy communities, it is not something that we could put cents and dollars, but more in terms of here is an opportunity where a private sector and our city can collaborate and have something that's very, very useful for our youth and our young adults. As you would see in our in the latest the games, you would see that even a lot of all the people who are in our communities are very much waiting for this project, and I would like to see it in my lifetime, if I may. Thank you.
Jesse Singh, Bikram Singh, Upjag Singh.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Nguyen, and all fellow council members. I think this project is ready to go, and we should move forward with it. It's very good for the city and county fairgrounds. We can always look at future relationship with them, working on similar projects in the future. I think please vote yes on it today so we can move forward. Thank you.
Bikram Singh, Upkaj Singh, Jim Zito.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the council members. I'm Bikram Singh. I live in Evergreen area for last 10 years. I think this Arcadia project is really good for our children and for the community. Easy access to the freeway, very close to the major transit hub in nearby. So please go for it and vote yes to this project. Thank you so much.
Upkaj Singh, Jim Zito, Richard Auden.
Hi, I'm Upkar Singh, and all I wanted to say is that I'd really like this field to go in place because my brother, he plays Xbox all the time, and it gives him an excuse to not be out there and not get involved in activities like that. So if this is there, it eliminates that excuse, and I just hope he'd go out there and just lower his obesity rate. I mean, because that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Jim Zito, Richard Auden, Angel George.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and esteemed council members. I'm here to speak in favor of the Arcadia site for the softball fields. I want to underscore what others have said as far as just the need for it in the community. But I also want to bring to light the fact that this is in line with the 4 years of work that went into the 2040 master plan for the general plan. It's in line with the Evergreen Development Policy. It's in line with the traffic master plan and the parks master plan. I think it's very important that you have an opportunity here. How often does somebody have 14 acres that they're willing to say, here, do something good with it? It's a great location. It's easy to get to, and half the cost is in the land. So take the opportunity and run with it. I strongly suggest that you vote yes on this. Thank you very much.
Richard Auden, Angel George.
Hello, you guys. My name is Richard. I represent the East Side, the Eastridge Little League. I just think it's a great idea because it's your building for the future. I don't think we have enough sport complexes in our area. We're one of the most affluent communities in the United States. We got to have a brand new city hall here. It's like giving back to the community. It's the same thing. It's giving us a complex. It's just a great feeling to get something new in our area. It's much needed. Most of our complexes that we have are outdated or too far, and it keeps a lot of kids off the streets, away from gangs. I'm not sure if any of you guys ever played sports, or I'm not sure if any of you guys ever even been to the complex that we have now at Eastridge. It's really outdated. It's something that our community really needs, and like what most people said here, it ain't just going to benefit that region of the San Jose. It's going to benefit San Jose in general. It's good for local business. Like I said, you guys say when you guys spend a lot of money on this new city hall. It's really beautiful. I know you guys are sitting in those nice chairs. It feels really good. It would probably feel really good for us to help out our regional community. You know, get a new complex for them. The kids really, really need it. If you guys have ever been born and raised, I've been born and raised in San Jose, and like I said, I think it's something that would really help our future. We can get our next Panda over there from Eastridge or the sport softball. It's something the community needs, like I said, and I'm really hoping you guys would help push forward with this. Again, my name is Richard Aldon. Thank you guys for your time.
Angel George.
Hi, I'm Angel, and I
I go to Leyva, and I'm representing Eastridge Little League. Like what someone else said, when you come from school, there's people drinking or something, some kids right there, and we need something so people aren't there anymore doing that, and we can stay away from drugs and alcohol. And my little brother, he wants to play baseball, and we need a new field because the field there isn't that good. Thanks.
Thank you. That concludes the public testimony. Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Mayor. And first of all, I want to thank our city staff, PRNS, Matt Cano, Julie Edmonds-Morris, all the other folks, and also the folks in Public Works that have worked so hard on this for at least the past 12 months, actually longer than 12 months now, in working on siting the ball fields and putting all of this together, working with our council committees and coming to the council for the third time now. I also want to thank the community, everyone who spoke and who's come out. This is the third time. You were here on the 5th of November, the 12th of November, and now today. And so really appreciate the emails you've sent and the comments you've made today and the interest you show and the concern that you have for the community you come from and the entire San Jose community in coming here today. So I really appreciate that. I want to urge my colleagues to support the motion that's on the table to support this project and vote yes to begin to pursue negotiations with the owners of Arcadia. This is the beginning of that negotiation, and so it will come back in 4 months. We'll be able to see what happens on these negotiations. We'll have a chance to weigh in on those details. There will be environmental review and all of that will happen after this. This is the very beginning vote to say, go negotiate with them, go get started with them, go sit down and find out what the details are of this deal, and that's what we're doing today. I also want to now thank my colleagues for their due diligence on this. We take these decisions very seriously, and we don't always agree, and some folks have a bigger vision than others, and I respect my colleagues for that, and so I'm glad that we have had time to really look at all of the sites. We've had other sites in the past that we focused on, as was mentioned in the staff report, and now it looks as though Arcadia really is the site that we can move on with the most rapid speed to get this going. We can look at our soccer fields right now that we approved some months ago, and they're going to be up and running within the 2-year framework. We can look at those as a comparison because we're talking about 4 fields, similarly to Arcadia, kind of a similar process. And so if all goes well, I'm hoping that we can get these fields up and running in the next 2 years. They are going to be adult-sized fields. We do have a developer that's willing to donate land, which is not something that happens every day. It's really an opportunity for a great citywide complex. And so, you know, I think we heard it. I was going to mention in the community meeting that many residents came up and talked about how they now have to travel long distances for tournament play and how nice it would be if those folks could come to San Jose and stay in our hotels and eat at our restaurants. And I think that really is, you know, that's an important consideration for this too, that this is a public-private partnership because we now have the ability, because the land is donated, that we can spend the $9.5 million, which is the main part of the money in the bond measure that would go to build the fields and not to have to buy the land. And so that is really a really great opportunity, and it will allow then Arcadia, in terms of having a shopping center that they will be building, to provide some other amenities that the city wouldn't be able to provide. So there'll be restaurants, and there'll be the opportunity for somebody who attends a game to go across and see a movie or go shop at Eastridge and be able to travel there, as has already been said many times and quite well by the community, to use our transportation system, VTA, and take a bus or hopefully someday take a light rail train. So I'm hoping my colleagues support this, and I just would ask them to, third time's a charm hopefully today, We don't want we don't want Groundhog Day from before, even though we just celebrated Groundhog Day. So I hope that they will support me, the mayor, and Councilmember Liccardo in approving this today. Thank you.
I want to thank the city staff and the county staff that have been working on this project, trying to get an answer. I know we had high hopes that the county would be able to give us answers, maybe allow us to move ahead, but it's clearly not possible in the time frame that works for us. But I'm sympathetic to the county, knowing the master planning process they've gone through in the past over the fairgrounds and how long that has taken them, and how many stakeholders they have, and how much demand they have, that I understand their reluctance to give us the go-ahead for ball fields on the county site. And I appreciate they're not precluding that as a possible use in the future, but it's, as they say, 3 to 5 years before they can answer our questions, and that's way outside of the time frame that we have. So I'm sure we'll continue to talk to the county, because there's lots of things we'd like to do on the fairgrounds. We'll undoubtedly be part of the stakeholder process. But you know, I think they will, as they have been, very cooperative with us in the past. It's just the timing. It does not work out to do a joint project together at this time. Hopefully, maybe something will come out of the process. Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to thank staff and all the hard work that has gone into this proposal. Then also, of course, I want to thank members of the public, especially residents from District 8, for coming out here, and actually a couple of times already, to speak in support of this item. And then, of course, a big thank you to Councilmember Herrera for her steadfast and persistent leadership on this issue. As alluded by many members of the public, I don't think that this is a District 8 project. This is really a citywide project. Yes, it's located in District 8, but I think that it's located in the locations where people from all over the city can actually come to play softball once it's done, or even baseball. And so I don't think that the issues of making it a district or a citywide should be controversial or an issue in the future. This is really a softball complex for everyone to enjoy. And obviously, the issue about the fairgrounds is in my district. Of course, I would be delighted if we can have a softball complex there. But as the mayor alluded to, we can't wait 3 to 5 years for the county to make a decisions. And even upon the planning study is completed 5 years from now, it's not a guarantee that we're going to have a softball complex there. So there's really no reason to wait. You've been waited for 14 years. I think that we need to move forward with this. And I think that 2014 is a great year to move forward with this project. And I hope that once this is completed, we can get members of the public throughout the city to actually come and enjoy the new complex. So thank you very much for being here and always coming out to support this project. We've heard this a couple times already, both here at the council and at the committee meetings. And so I really appreciate your persistence. Thank you.
Councilmember CAMPOS.
Yeah, I just in doing my own due diligence, I was one of the people who advocated going to Santa Clara County and doing more research, and then holding off for 3 months in the last go around. And I just, you know, in the last 3 months, I've been in communication with supervisors from the county, and I've been very, very discouraged about the speed of which that they plan to act on this item. I concur with my colleagues who estimate 3 to 5 years, because it took us about that time to do the 2040 plan, and that's basically what it comes down to. They have to redo a master plan for the county fair area, and it could take many years, and that's one of the main reasons I don't often change my mind on issues, and I still don't think this is the ideal project by any means, but I am more encouraged with the fact that we are only going for 4 fields rather than 3 and maybe 4 as it was stated last time. So I'm very encouraged with a minimum of 4 field that was stated in this iteration. And I want to make sure that that continues to be our top goal, is the 4 fields and not the 3. And again, I wish circumstances were different, but I don't want to make our community wait 3 to 5 years longer just to get an answer from the county. And so reluctantly, I'm going to change my mind and actually support the Arcadia deal.
Councilor Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the folks who came out and spoke. As I have mentioned from, I've been on this council for 3 years now, and being on the Neighborhood Services and Education Committee is where I started getting engaged in this quite some time ago, and I appreciate my colleagues now interested in this issue a couple of years later. We've now moved it forward. I've been open to this softball complex being located anywhere in the city of San Jose, as long as it's the right site, and we can truly do a full complex that serves tournament use and a larger use. I did not want us to sell ourselves short on 1 field, 2 field, 3 fields, which it was the last time around, and now it's 4 fields, and that's fantastic. Again, wherever this complex ends up locating is fine by me. I just want to make sure we're going to do it right. I did not want us to pursue a complex that really doesn't meet the goals, I guess, of the original intent of Measure P, and I feel like we're getting a lot closer to that. I do have some concerns, but let me be clear. Some of my colleagues have talked about delay. I did do a memo here, and one says the first statement is approve the recommendation. There's no words here that say delay. The next item says to clearly state that this project is intended to be citywide. I think staff has been pretty clear about that. The next would be to explain the shift in the language from softball to now ball field. You spoke to that already. Third would be to notify the council of any issues that may come up with in terms of environmental or airport land use commission, et cetera. I would expect that staff would probably do that anyway. And then the fourth is to let the county know as we pursue our interest on the Arcadia site and in our agreement or whatever the case may be, do all the approvals and do the paperwork, that we let the county know that in the meantime, if something comes up, please don't take this as we're not open to that facility should the Arcadia site not work out. We were here in this room and gave direction to pursue an agreement and go with the Singleton landfill. That's done. So my point being is we don't know what's going to happen on the site. This may not work out for all. I'm hopeful it does, but if it doesn't, in the meantime, I don't see the intent or the purpose. I'm sorry, the purpose is to not make that last statement is we're going to pursue another site, but if that changes, please know that we're still interested. I can't imagine what the problem with that type of direction is, and to suggest that that's a problem or a hurdle or suggest a delay is completely inaccurate. So I've been more than happy, as I did the last time around, to dual track these issues and pursue the best site for San Jose, and I'm still right there, and that hasn't changed a bit. So given my approach the last time around and trying to work with my colleagues on this issue, I'm a little reluctant to think that if I ask for a friendly amendment or just some clarification that I would get that type of support. So in the meantime, I'm just going to pursue a substitute motion, and that would be to move the memorandum that I wrote dated February 3rd.
All right, we have a second to the substitute motion, which is Councilmember Rocha's memo.
Thank you. I do have a couple questions. I've looked back at some of the paperwork, and it said softball quite often. And now it says ball fields, and you explained that. You talked about being out in the community and hearing feedback. The community meeting I'm assuming you're talking about was in Evergreen.
Thank you, Councilmember Rocha. So we've always called this the softball complex on the books for the past several years, or for the past 13 years as the name. However, in our November 5th report and over the past year, we've had some project objectives that and I'm looking at page 3.
Past year? You mean since
over
November?
the past year, yeah. I'm looking at the page 3 of our November report to the Mayor and City Council. Even though we've been calling this a softball complex, one of our project objectives that we had put out is increasing the city's inventory of diamond fields for softball and baseball play.
And that was in November?
Correct, that was in November.
So that's just 2-3 months ago?
Correct, that was in our November report, and what I meant to say earlier was over the past year when we were doing the community outreach and the analysis for this 6 sites, we've been assuming that it would include softball and baseball play, although we always continued to call it the softball complex.
So when you say we've been assuming,
so
what do you mean we've been assuming? I'm
yeah, sorry.
Help me along on that, because you never, I could have been assuming that we were going to have bowling alleys and then tell you in November that all of a sudden we're going to do bowling alleys too. I don't understand that.
Sure, and I'd have to look back. I don't have our NSC report in front of me, but the project objectives for the softball facility that that staff worked on through the end of last year as we were preparing for the report to council, we indicated that it would be for softball and baseball play. We did have that as part of the outcome of the November meeting.
Again,
so to answer your question,
meeting.
when did we start including the word baseball in our analysis? I can't pinpoint that date exactly, but I can follow up on that.
Okay, well, again, being pretty engaged in this issue and being the one that's been pushing this issue along from committee to council, tell you it's slowly evolved that way now as we brought in Arcadia to the mix, in my personal opinion. The other issue that I heard recently was discussion about turf. And can you elaborate a little bit on your thoughts behind a turf field for this complex?
Sure, thank you. At this time, we haven't determined whether it be an artificial turf or a natural grass complex, and I imagine that would be something we bring back to council when we come back with the agreement with the developer. And so artificial turf has its advantages, but it does cost a lot more to build, and you do have to replace the turf after 10 to 13 years, as you're aware. But we haven't made no final staff recommendation on whether it would be natural grass or artificial turf.
Okay. And the advantage to the turf you talked about was cost, or?
The operation and maintenance is lower. You can play much more on it. The playability, you can play all day and not have to rest it for maintenance period. So there's definite advantages there. But we aren't at the point where we've made a staff recommendation on which alternative to pursue. Once we have the site selected and we get into more detailed scoping, we would come back to the city council with that, and I imagine it would be part of the development agreement.
Thank you. That leading to the next question I have is in terms of next steps. Can you give me a sense of lay out the next steps for you walking away from this meeting?
Sure, thank you. Assuming the recommendation is to pursue the Arcadia project, I'm going to assume that's
either. Actually, direction is to continue with staff recommendation.
Sure. If the direction is to pursue the Arcadia project, our next steps would be to start the detailed work associated with the CEQA clearance on one path, and then on a parallel but joined path, we would also begin finalizing negotiations with the developer for the turnover of the 14.5 acres plus a few acres next to Meadow Fair Park. And then we would come back to the mayor and city council with a proposed agreement. There could possibly, since it's a land transfer, there could possibly be a closed session discussion on any deal points as well. We anticipate completing that process and being back in front of the mayor and city council within 4 to 6 months, with 6 months being the outer limit of that.
And decision points, so that would be one of those decision points in terms of the agreement on the land?
I'm not sure.
Exclusive to just the land agreement?
No, the agreement with the developer would be on the land, but at that time we'll also have a parallel path of scoping out a little more detail on the design of the project. So when we come back to the mayor and city council, we would have probably a proposed conceptual design as well to show where parking is and where the fields are and lights and everything like that.
So when you say share, that's not coming back to the council for approval. So the decision on whether or not we want to proceed with turf or what type of fields we're talking about, would that be a decision for the council, or would that just be something you're checking in with us and you're doing at an administrative level?
We're not sure yet. We would really need to get in the details of the discussion internally on the next steps on this project, but I imagine at that point we would probably want to be recommending artificial turf or natural grass to the mayor and city council. We may not need a final decision at that time, but the sooner we decide that for this project, the better.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Liccardo.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Herrera for her persistence and her leadership on this. I wanted to thank all the members of the community who have been pushing so hard and so patiently. Eventually, if we keep pushing, City Hall will get it right, we promise. I've been supporting this all along because it seems to me this is a great opportunity for us. Very grateful for the hard work of the park staff and for the patience of the folks at Arcadia. I know Brad Durga is here. They've been, I think, impressively patient dealing with this process, given all the other uncertainties they have to deal with in their development. You know, my main concern with the proposed motion is simply in paragraph 4 that, you know, to expect folks to invest a lot of time and resources in negotiation over agreement that may get pulled at the last minute if suddenly a body decides to switch horses, as might be suggested here, is my main concern. You just can't expect the private sector to engage with the city if they don't have reasonable expectations going into a negotiation about what will or will not happen. And so I think we need to have that. And so that's why I'll support the underlying motion, not the motion before us.
Councilmember Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to thank the staff as well as Councilmember Herrera and also Councilmember CAMPOS for getting the Ocala site there for the east side. Definitely the members of the public, this is the third time that you came in and spoke to me. So I would just wanted to repeat what I have said earlier in the deliberation of this issue, so you may sound like a broken record. Please excuse me. The Measure P money does not have to be spent on one complex, a huge complex. We can spend the money on individual fields. Is that right?
Yes, Councilmember, you are correct.
Right, because I heard the plea from the audience, and I've also heard the same plea from many other corners of the city, specifically the people that live in El Viso, in a much worse situation than those people that in District 8 or in the East Ridge neighborhood. So the El Viso people also have the similar problem, and they don't even have a field. You know, there's no lighting, but there is a field, but it is really for the squirrels, but not really good at the condition that for the younger the kids to play with. And so I guess I just wanted to see the Measure P money to fix up our existing fields, you know, to move it to a level that the neighbors can play. You know, I understand the financial benefit of this to the city of a tournament field, but I'm more sympathetic to those people that not at the tournament level. They just wanted to go out with their siblings, you know, their parents to hit some balls. You know, we're putting all those efforts into one tournament field and ignore the areas like El Viso and many other corners in the city of San Jose. And I've said it before, you know, if you're talking about the financial benefit to the city, then I would propose to spend that money to put an extra sheet of ice on the San Jose Sharks ice. That I will guarantee will generate more income to the city. But I'm not in this business to. I put the benefit to the San Jose residents first, definitely before the financial benefit that we may be able to generate it from the tournament ball field or softball field, however you want to call it. So again, you know, I appreciate that the recommendation B to return to the city council, and if there's any left money, if there's anything left over, it's a leftover money. And I would rather see that B becomes A. You know, let's fix all the existing ball field. So more of the San Jose residents, from El Viso all the way to Almaden Valley, all the way to the Evergreen Foothill, have a place that they can, you know, they can just play some recreation balls in their community instead of traveling distance to a ball field to play. I think that should be the #1 priority for the city, to fix all the existing ball fields so the neighbors can play some balls there instead of, and if there's any money, you know, build a tournament field in Arcadia site. I'm strongly supporting that. And if we have more leftover money, build another field in the fairground. I was supporting that. But the fact of the matter is we have so many fields, they're so out of maintenance, they're out of repairs, and people cannot even play for it. And we want to spend the money to build a field. You know, it's like there's a lot of homeless people, but you want to spend all the money to build a Taj Mahal. So that's the reason I will not be supporting the motion.
Councilor KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate Councilmember Chu's sentiments, and I agree that we should do whatever we can to improve the neighborhood serving fields, and that includes the soccer fields as well as the softball and baseball fields, and as well as partner with some of the elementary schools that have some of the diamonds that are being used on the weekend by Little Leagues. But I also understand the value if you have some type of complex that allows for tournament play, you may be able to relieve some of the pressure on those neighborhood fields so more kids will have access to the neighborhood fields. There's just, it's so compacted. I know in South San Jose they have the boys and girls softball leagues, and it's just hard for them to find a place to play. And I think that relieving some of the pressure from some of those adult leagues that play at the neighborhood parks and all that could be helpful as well. But I also agree that if there are excess funds at all from the measure, that we should maybe try to identify individual fields that are being heavily used that need an upgrade that the neighborhoods are using. And so I think that you can likely find a way to do both. And with Councilmember Rocha's memo that's on the floor right now, it does, I mean, the first thing it says is to approve the staff recommendation, which is to allow staff to proceed with the negotiations of the development. So there's nothing I see in there that, other than clarifying questions, or like number 3, which is questions we should know anyway. If there's anything that keeps it from being a tournament complex, I hope that we would all be informed of that. So there's nothing in Councilmember Rocha's memo that keeps us with going forward with Arcadia. And you know, I think I'm thankful to the council for the time for us to learn more about the Fairgrounds project, or the opportunity for the Fairgrounds. I think that ultimately, I mean, it would be beautiful to be able to have 8 fields there. And you know, now that we're 90 days ahead and realize that that's going to be a longer term prospect, you know, I don't think anything was lost. And frankly, I think that we got confirmation of a 4th field at Arcadia, which is a good thing, that because you can play tournaments. And when I think of complexes being, you know, having played at Twin Creeks and having played in tournaments in other cities around the state, you know, typically it's 10, you know, 8, 10 fields usually at least, but 8 to 12, anywhere from 8 to 12 fields typically is what a tournament complex is. And so there's certainly, that's, as I indicated before, that's where my interest is, in trying to do our best to get as large of a complex as possible so that it actually will be usable as a tournament complex, and will allow not just local leagues, but leagues from outside to come in and bring in that economic generation. And so with the 4 fields, you know, that's going to be less likely, but at least with 4 you can have tournaments. At least it's enough of a number where now it's starting to make some sense as a complex. And you know, the sentiment that, you know, I'm glad that we've had this discussion. I'm glad the community's come out and heard the discussion, because this is what we do. This is what we should do. We should vet these bond monies. We should, I mean, as we've done with all the other projects that have come through with the use of this bond money for our community centers and parks. And you know, this is the last project left of a bond, you know, a 14-year-old bond. Is that 14 years, right, Julie? Yeah. And so a 14-year bond, this is our last project. We should be congratulating our staff and congratulating each other that we've actually come to the end and have a chance to actually complete the voters' intent and having us use this money for community benefit. We haven't been waiting 14 years for these ball fields in Evergreen. So, I mean, that's, you know, the sense that there's just, I keep hearing people saying how long people were waiting and all that, and it's been 6 months. I mean, since August, it was Singleton until August, really, when I think we were given final confirmation that it wasn't going to work there. And it was just 3 months ago since November. So, you know, I appreciate all those that understand that these are issues that we do need to have some serious thought about and put time into thinking about, including the fact that some of us that are really interested in having a larger softball complex, we're really interested in seeing if it could work at the county fairgrounds. And I appreciate some of the comments from the public as well as some of the council colleagues that we're not going to cross that off our list at some time in the future. If not now, maybe in 5 years, maybe in 10 years, but we're still growing as a city, and I think ultimately there will be a need for a real large-scale tournament complex that will allow us to ensure that we have enough fields, not just for our teams and our youth, but for the whole city and the region, and becoming an attraction, a draw around the state for tournaments. I appreciate the dialogue today being less about us versus them and more about what's in the interest of the city. This is a regional draw, it's a city complex, and it's because of that, and I see some friends here from Shady Oaks, that I know the Shady Oaks community didn't want it in their backyard. And I supported them in that contention because they realized this is not a ball, these aren't ball fields that kids are just going to walk onto and play. That is going to bring a lot of traffic and a lot of people from outside the area and outside the region to come and use ball fields. They're going to have lights on every night. And so that's the part of the equation that the community has to understand, that this is as many members of the community today thankfully mentioned, it's a citywide amenity, it's a regional amenity. And so we really need to think of it in those terms as a regional amenity. And I'm very glad that this piece of land in general, regardless whether the softball fields or not is being developed, because it has been barren for a long time. And I'm very glad that the developer is coming in to revitalize that part of the city, because those fields, those homes are going to be coming in there, and the other development that's going to be coming in there is better than what's there now. And so I think a couple of people alluded to this empty field that's there. And so I'm glad that we're going to have some development there. And I'm glad that there'll be some softball fields there as well. And I look forward to getting updates as we come to the summer. It looks like 6 months or so. Around 6 months, we should be able to have some finalization with the developer as to what is going to be there. But I just hope that, we understand we're all on the same page here. We all care about the kids. We all want fields for the kids. We just want to make sure we maximize the opportunity. And I think right now we are maximizing the opportunity now that we've gotten feedback from the county, which a number of us wanted. And I think it's helpful feedback going forward when we look at, okay, on the horizon, what's next? What are other opportunities we have to work with the county or other folks? Because we're going to have to keep on adding fields. We still, even with 4 more fields, we still have a dire need for more fields around the entire city. And that includes soccer fields too. Even with the new soccer fields we're getting, we're going to need more soccer fields too. And so there's going to be an ongoing discussion. I hope that the community members here are just as anxious to support fields in other parts of the city, because I'm sure they're very supportive of bringing these fields here. And so I will support the substitute motion only because I don't think it really takes away from what is being discussed here about going forward with Arcadia. And the questions being asked, I think, are reasonable questions, some of which have been partially answered here. And I think that it's pretty clear the intent in voting on this motion is to go forward with the staff recommendation on the Arcadia site.
City Attorney.
I just wanted to clarify the record. Councilmember KALRA, the bonds were authorized, Measure P, in November of 2000, which is a little over 13 years ago. 5 series of bonds were issued between 2001 and 2008, about $228 million in total. These represent really the last issuance, which is 2008, so it's a little over 5 years when the bonds were issued. But just to clarify the record.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilor Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think Ash summed it up, so I'll be very brief. Just for the audience and those folks that are watching, whatever we do, whether it's the beginning motion or the substitute motion, this project moves forward. I think that needs to be very, very clear. The reason why I second the substitute motion is that it puts another option just in case in play. It doesn't send a mixed message to the developer. It doesn't send a mixed message to the county. But what it does tell the county is that if there's still an option 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, we're still interested. I see Ash and myself's former colleague Jim Zito out in the audience, where we served on the Planning Commission together. Where we've sat and seen projects before us that get approved by the commission, get approved by the council, and never get developed. So I find it very hard to believe that if we put in item 4 on the substitute memo, that would discourage the developer from wanting to develop this. If the developer walks away, it's going to be for other reasons why the developer walks away. It's not going to be because he's confused whether or not we want to go with the county or we want to go this way. And I think that just needs to be very, very clear. So whatever we do today, this project goes forward. And I think the winners out there are the kids and a lot of adults that have to track down 101 and freeze while playing softball in Sunnyvale. They'll be playing softball in San Jose where the weather's better. So thank you.
Councilmember Herrera.
Yeah, I just want to say that had Councilmember Rocha asked me for a friendly amendment, much of this stuff I would have accepted. The fourth item I wouldn't, though. I really do think that item 4 leaves us in a position where we are dual tracking 2 projects. And I really think today is the day to make the decision on which way we're going to go. When we made the decision on the Coleman soccer fields, we didn't say, okay, we're going to put it here, but we're also going to continue to work on this other one. And in the language on number 4, it's not just to stay in touch with them. It's even as we work on a potential future agreement at the Arcadia site up until the point at which the city finalizes an agreement for use of the Arcadia site. So it's still calling for us to continue to work on the Fairgrounds project in kind of a dual fashion. I object to that. The first item on the memo, I think, has been clarified in staff's memo. And I agree that needed to be clarified. I found myself saying softball, baseball. It was a little bit confusing in terms of did it encompass everything. So I appreciate that first point. The second point, I think, again, has been explained already by staff here. The third point is going to come back. I mean, anything that happens with the CEQA process is going to come back here. So it's the fourth point I have an issue with, and so I'm not going to support the substitute motion.
Let me ask Councilor Rocha to just explain the fourth item in his memorandum. So the way I see this is sort of like we've done other times. We have RFPs. We pick the one we like best, and we negotiate a deal with the one we like best, and sometimes we can't get to a deal, and so we go to second on the list. It's not dual tracking. It's just we got a fallback position, and I think that's what Councilor Rocha is saying. And what I would suggest, Councilor Rocha, if you amend your motion to put a period after Fairgrounds site, that would capture what I'm trying to do, which is we're still interested in a Fairgrounds site. And not just until we get a deal with Arcadia. I think we should be interested at Fairgrounds site, even if we do get a deal with Arcadia. So, thank the county for being willing to talk to us and say we're still interested in it, and whether it's 3 years or 5 years, we should stay in that game. So that's what I would just suggest.
Yeah, generally that is the intent. The intent, to put it in another way, I guess, was the upside of this is these 90 days to have the discussion is, one, the county has made a commitment, or at least on their side, of doing some open space recreational use on the fairgrounds. I think that serves all of us well. So I'm glad that the county is now having this discussion. I think a lot of them moving on the fairground site is a result of us kind of nudging them and asking them about a potential development agreement and doing some work there. So I think at the end of the day, that's a positive. The other item that's an upside is if we had acted 90 days ago, we were looking at 3 fields at Arcadia, now we're at 4. So all the way around, that 90 days really has provided us some better outcome. So really it was just to make sure that the county, as they go forward with their planning process, that they don't all of a sudden shift gears and not talk about that open space or recreation use. Because whether it's, again, I'll use bowling as an analogy, if there's some recreation and open space going on at the fairgrounds, that's good for everybody. So my intent was only to make sure the county didn't take that off the table and walk away from that and now start working on some other type of uses, is to make sure that they were still keeping that in their mind. So I'm happy to put a period there, but the intent was nothing less than that. So I'll modify the substitute motion to put a period after fairgrounds and eliminate the remaining letters from, or the remaining words from that paragraph.
Well, and I think I could support that. I think that makes sure there's not really any ambiguity about what we're trying to do, and it also
not at all.
acknowledges our hope to continue to work with the county.
Councilmember Campos is okay with that?
Although I think it's more likely to be lawn bowling than bowling alleys, but you never know. Councilmember Herrera.
In the spirit of working together, I will support the substitute motion with that language change. I think it would be nice to have unanimous support of this. And I want to add one more thing. Thank you. I want to add one more thing. I would like to add that, suggest that when staff comes back, that we put at the top of our list at least consideration for refinishing of some of the fields around the city, and that would include Alviso. And I'm hoping that Councilmember Chu will find that acceptable. And would you accept that as a friendly amendment? So so what I'd like to see happen is when staff comes back with the remaining money, they're going to come and take a look at what to do with it. I'd like to have them at least consider at the top of the list in consideration, not make a decision now, but consider refurbishing of fields as one of those projects with Alviso being considered.
Have another, okay with the seconder, so another friendly amendment on that. Councilor Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to apologize that it was not going to be a unanimous motion, but since you mentioned to include Alviso at the top of the priority list, I will support the underlying, the amended motion.
All right, I think maybe third time is a charm. We have a motion as amended. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? I count none opposed. Motion carries. It's unanimous. Last thing we have is open forum. I have at least one request to speak on open forums. Please come on down. Jeff Bedolla. Jeff Bedolla, you coming down? Yes, you are. We're ready to go home. You're the last speaker.
I submit this for the city manager's office. In last Wednesday's rules meeting, I mentioned the upcoming College Park Neighborhood Association meeting. It was held last Thursday. In attendance was Norm Mascarinas with his assistant, along with representatives of Central Concrete and Ruth and Going companies. I can't discount the possibility there might have been behind-the-scenes organizing involved. And I would like to say here that I think that it is in everyone's best interest to acknowledge the pedestrian easement that remains on the portion of Emory Street in which Bellarmine would like to build a gymnasium. At whatever stage acknowledgement of reality happens, no matter how difficult it is, it's better than continuing in denial. I feel that my involvement in the Emory Street business has not been welcome. I don't think that's fair. I think individual preferences may be encroaching on the common good. The development strategy for San Jose is really undermined from within by shady dealings, just as is always the case in human affairs. That's why it's called corruption. If there was any discussion concerning the CP&A meeting before the meeting, I believe that all concerned parties should have been included. I think that I am recognized as a concerned party by the city of San Jose. I don't know why Norm would have been there without direction, and I cannot see any reason at all for the Ruth and Going representative to be at a meeting to discuss traffic safety. Thank you.
That concludes the open forum, concludes our meeting. We're adjourned.